Jane, now Mr. Chalke says some connectivity issues. Can we start? He'll join in.
Sure, please. We can do that.
Okay. Are we ready to start?
Yes, Mr. Good. We're ready.
Okay. So good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the 18th CII Manufacturing Summit. I'm particularly pleased that we've had a very good beginning yesterday, especially in the morning with Mr. Arun Maira and Mr. Janmejaya Sinha and our guest, Mr. Goenka and from Mahindra. And I think we covered some good issues to do with globalization and where the self-reliance ideas are going, especially to do with those sectors which are heavily import dependent. And this morning, to continue our discussions on where manufacturing is going, especially in the high-tech area, I'm very pleased to welcome Ms. Swati Khandelwal, Executive Editor of Z Business, to run the session on strategic shifts for different manufacturing sectors to enable their true potential, and especially to do with the high-tech areas and those areas which we see will make a big difference in the manufacturing scenario. And so I hope that all of you will be able to stay with us this morning. We have two very interesting sessions. And with that, may I now request Ms. Swati Khandelwal to take over.
Thank you, Mr. Godrej. Always a pleasure. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in. And I'm particularly excited about this panel because, we are finally dissecting and getting into the details and depth of things of how really can we look at each of the sectors in the manufacturing space and enable them to achieve their true potential as been spoken. The good news is that manufacturing sector has started to finally look up. We've seen in the Q1, for example, the sector emerged out of the negative territory, where we've seen a contraction of 39% in Q1. In Q2, we actually posted a 6% growth. So this is good news, and we really want to leverage on this. But one point that was made by Mr. Amitabh Kant yesterday, and I think this is critical and important to see how the government needs to bring down the cost of logistics and reduce power tariffs for industrial use to really make India a manufacturing hub. And I agree with him because, you want to get onto the production-linked incentive scheme with massive scale and size to manufacturing. And here is our chance. And let's not let this go. And in that context, let me bring in and welcome my panelists. The eminent panel comprises of Mr. Soumitra Bhattacharya, Managing Director, Bosch Limited and Regional President, Bosch Group in India. Mr. Ashwath Ram, Managing Director, Cummins India. Mr. Nitin Chalke, who is the President, Asia Pac, Eaton Hydraulics and Vehicles Group. And Mr. Bhaskar Mandal, Head, Process Industries and Drives Division, Siemens India. Gentlemen, lovely to have you on the show. Thank you very much. Each of you represent a big company which deals and handles technology. That supports your business in a big way. And how do we now inculcate that to become better and more efficient? Really, that's where we need to focus on. So let me open this forum by asking and bringing in Mr. Bhattacharya into the conversation first and ask him about Mr. Bhattacharya, what do you think now we need as the most value-added bit in the field of business that you're looking at? And when we talk about India, what are its advantages that we can leverage on? Where are we right now, and what potential do we have to go further and leverage it, as I just spoke on?
Thank you, Swati. I don't know. I think my video must be playing some games, but can you see me, and am I audible and visible?
Sir, you are audible, so that's good enough, sir.
I'll stop the video, okay, so that at least I'm clearly audible. Where are we shifting in India and also the world? And I think you can't take Swati, India away from the world. So one place that I clearly see that where India is shifting is that India wants to really move up on the practical part of ease of doing business. And in ease of doing business, one very important challenge which comes is, remaining competitive. And if you take manufacturing and competitiveness, you already heard the word you talked about the matter logistics, you talked about the matter product linked incentive. I will use the word saying breaking up our manufacturing into simple, systematic, components in terms of competitiveness, whether it is productivity, whether it is the matter about enable data-driven decision making. Today in India in manufacturing, a lot of decision making is post-mortem and is not data-driven, and it's definitely not online. Whether it is digital competencies, again, we have a huge gap on digital competencies and digital fluency across organizations, but also in manufacturing. And how do you convert that into becoming competitive? So, of course, it's given fact that if we look at Atmanirbhar Bharat on making India self-reliant on localization, on globalization. But very important is, in my view, the fact of also ensuring this aspect where many times industry says, okay, data-driven means and I would just stop with that to say, we need to do a reset, and we now need to do benchmarking with the best. We need to be brutally honest on where we are in different sectors. And Swati, at the end, in our sectors like India, we have huge gaps within sectors, within organizations, and the way we do things. And then say, what is the roadmap that we want to take on? I would end by saying, most of the time we talk about big industries like us. Let's talk about bringing up the MSME. The delta between large corporations and MSMEs is massive.
I agree with you. And in fact, there is a session we are discussing exactly this on MSMEs today afternoon. But point taken, sir, and I agree with you. We have to now benchmark ourselves to the global standards and look at it in a step-by-step approach and keep correcting ourselves to grow forward, because now we are talking really global in true sense. Ashwath, let me come to you. India, global, you've you are present all around, and in fact, it holds true for all the companies that are present on the panel today. I would like to get your comments and sense on how you see this whole shifting trends and each sector being able to merge to the true potential. What needs to be done? What is the paramount? What is of paramount importance at this stage to be taken up as a step-by-step process?
The first part, of course, is to bounce back and get back to a reasonable level of normalcy. We've undergone a period where some of our businesses have gone down by 70 or 80% in some areas, and so we've had to take all kinds of measures to manage costs, to run leaner shifts, to run our equipment in different manner. And so as we are coming out of that, as the demand is starting to scale up, we are starting to see a lot of challenges in the overall supply chain for everyone to get back to normal. So the first thing is to stabilize and get back to normal. But we have been using this time to not just sit idle. We have been using the time to continue to work on product innovation and to introduce a multiple of new products and technology. As you know, this year, BS6 was launched in India right in the middle of the pandemic, and that represents a significant upgrade to the technology of the products which were used in India as compared to where we were in the past. And using that as a benchmark, the whole other area of industrial products, of power generation products, of the whole industry is going to go through a similar transformation of newer technology and products. And we are working on getting those products into the country. In parallel, thinking 5 years and 10 years ahead, as a company, we have been making a lot of investments in the newer technologies. So we are making investments in the areas of fuel cells, hydrogen, electrification, and we've been doing that through both organic and inorganic means. Organically, we are building capability with our own people. So we have a tech center here with about 2,500 people, and slowly a bigger and bigger portion of those people are learning some of these new technologies, not just for use in India, but for use around the world. And inorganically, we are acquiring a lot of technologies which now are opening up, which allow this pandemic is allowing us to leapfrog and not wait for some of the older technologies to keep going on for a longer time. It's allowing us to leapfrog. For example, railways, for example, is moving much deeper into electrification, and then so this allows us to skip that whole generation. We would have waited for 5 or 7 years. We are doing it in 2 years. So it's allowing to take a lot of global technology which is available and then accelerate the rate at which it is being used in the country, and also getting people ready to be capable of implementing and using those technologies.
Technologies, and that is the question I'm going to ask Bhaskar. The role of technology, while we all know and talk about it all the time, that that's the need of the hour, we need to inculcate technology innovation in a big way and so on. At Siemens, I want to understand from you, how are you actually using that, and what do you say in terms of the focus of the company going forward from here on to further invest in it, and what kind of benefits have you seen through it, while we all talk about it, but let's understand this a little better. Bhaskar.
Thanks, Swati. I hope I'm audible. Just to give it a few sentences to bring in the context, I think first and foremost, the fact that we have to improve manufacturing and take it to the next level for India, that's a must, that's a given. Now, anything that you produce, whether it's a ball bearing or an oncological pharmaceutical product, you need to have the domain expertise. So that's the first one, and I'm not going to get into that because that's the domain expertise that you need to have, the functional knowledge. But then the second piece that's important is the technology. That what are the technologies that are needed, and do we have the right technologies in India or not? And I'm going to delve a little bit into that. And the third aspect of it is, today manufacturing is an ecosystem. It's collaboration between suppliers. Some of the suppliers are even customers of the people they supply to. So it's not a chain anymore. It's a complete ecosystem that we operate in. And it's important to understand that, and hopefully we'll have some time to discuss on that also. But coming back to the technology piece, the first statement I'm going to say is manufacturing. It's not that technology would reduce complexities, because life is getting more and more complex, but technology will help you manage these complexities. Now, what do I mean by that? Any manufacturing that you have has essentially three components. You have the product, whether it's a process or a discrete. You have the production, how you want to produce it, and then you have the performance of the product. And in each of these areas, if you look at the cutting edge technologies, whether it's Industry 4.0, edge and cloud and so on, and I'm not talking about the big boys or the big girls, I'm talking about the SMEs and MSMEs, how technology in India is today available. And I think that's the major game changer from about 10 or 15 years ago. Today, for example, for companies like Siemens, we are introducing technologies simultaneously in the Western world as well as in India. So whether it be, let's say, a digital twin is nothing but a virtual product that you prepare in advance of the real production. And that helps you, those simulation, those testing, the commissioning virtually helps you simulate or get to a market faster the product. Now, what am I trying to say? Domain expertise, functional expertise is a given. You have to know whether you want to make a ball bearing or an oncological product. Coming to the technology piece, all the suites of technology, be it software, be it hardware, the leading edge technologies are all available here. How will this work? This has to work in an ecosystem. That means, the suppliers of technology, people like us, and the consumer, or the, let's say, the people who are producing it, the manufacturers, the factories, we all have to, and of course, to a certain extent, it goes into an end user. The business models are all changing. Just give you one example. Yesterday, I was in a global panel discussion with just to take a brand, SKF, and it was the CTO of Global, and she said we are moving from selling ball bearings to reliable rotation. So you see, the whole concept is changing. You are getting into the shoes of your customer and getting into that value chain. I think somebody spoke about the value chain. You have to see where the value chain is and how do I get the best out of it. So that's my short take on it, Swati.
Okay, fair enough. Points taken, sir. And that's important coming from your expertise in this space and how you're using this tool. As you said, complexities will continue, but you can handle things better with technology. That's critical. Nitin, let me come to you. You know, when we were talking of this whole push towards manufacturing, making India manufacturing base for the world and so on, what in your mind is actually stopping India from doing so? What are some of the key challenges that you face, and are they really insurmountable? And what, to your mind, is the biggest hurdle that's coming in? Is it regulatory in nature, or is it really self-regulation, or at the OEM level there could be some changes that can be brought about? What do you think? Nitin, are you able to hear? We can't hear you. I can see you, but can you put your mic on?
Yeah, the mic is on.
Yeah,
Can
now
you hear
it's
me
fine.
now?
Yes,
Okay.
please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I was saying, Swati, first of all, we have to acknowledge that in past many years to become a very important part of the global value chain. Many MNCs are already present in India. Many Indian companies are also exporting their products and solutions in a big way to the outside world. So we are not really isolated from the global value chain. And a lot of good work has already happened in India to become a manufacturing hub. Having said that, we have to acknowledge that our share as a part of GDP, the manufacturing as part of GDP is still about 15 to 17%, much less than what you see in countries like industrialized countries like China, Korea, and similar countries which have really grown significantly over a period of time and have a head start over us. And we really need to look at how to catch up and be at par with them. So that's going to be the challenge which India has to overcome. First of all, we have to build on the good work we are doing so far. The initiatives like Make we have had so far have really helped India to remain competitive in the global playing field. The new production-linked incentives, the PLIs, I would expect would also keep India's competitiveness going. We also have to keep in mind opportunity in front of us now because of this COVID pandemic. Most of the companies, most of the industries and sectors are looking at redefining their value chain, their supply chains. And as they start doing that and start looking at alternative options to their established value chains, there is going to be tremendous opportunity for country like India to really start playing big. We do have distinct advantages. We have a young, energetic, engaged labor force. English as a language, being a spoken language in business is a big plus as we start looking at exporting. And we have our domestic market, and we can build on it to create scale for our businesses so that the businesses start becoming bigger and more competitive. So that's what I believe India has to offer. The challenges we have to overcome is, first of all, looking at the whole infrastructure. I guess that's a big challenge we have now. It pushes up the logistics cost.
Sure.
The cost and fragmentation of transportation and logistics is still very costly and slow in India. To give you an example, in my Asia Pacific business, a few years ago we moved a factory in a near close to the city in China to about 1,200 kilometers away from the main city. But with the high-speed train connectivity and the road, we can cover that distance in 3 and a half hours. and putting up a factory 1,200 kilometers away from the main city becomes possible. I wish if India can really do infrastructure, develop infrastructure like that, we can really decongest our cities and also take advantage of being more competitive on the cost side. Along with that, there are challenges on investments in R&D. Our investments in R&D are still not at a global level, and policy decisions on taxes and customs. Some of the decisions taken recently are encouraging, but we need to do more of that. So those are some of the challenges I would spell out, Swati.
All right, infrastructure, some R&D spends, and as you said, we need to also focus a lot on giving some kind of benefits as we go along. Government is definitely, as you pointed out, is working on it. Let me come back to Mr. Bhattacharya. Sir, there is, now we've understood, we want to become the #1 global hub of manufacturing. There's lots of work going on, the schemes that the government is announcing, and so on and so forth. But tell me, what were some of the things that you would want the government to still look at it? They've already announced quite a bit, but are there some loopholes still left, which is making things still difficult? As an MNC, as a global company, when you look at India, there's always this question about ease of doing business, regulatory framework, and so on. Has that been eased off to some extent, because the government is at least open to talking, discussing, feedback? Are things moving at the pace they should, or you think there's more that needs to be done to get or instill that confidence? What is your parent saying, and what's your sense here on ground, sir?
Glass is half full or half empty. I personally feel in India we should look at the glass half full. The reason I'm saying is you have quite a few MNCs on this panel today, and most of us, including Bosch, in next year, in 1 year, 2 months, we are going to be 100 years in India, and we make in India for 69 years. So that's not a small, time that you're invested in the country. So my point is, it's very important to do the jugalbandi of industry, organizations like CII or triple bandi, whichever you want to call it, and government. We are interdependent on each other. Many times in industry, I find we are looking at our own areas, our own industries, and sometimes promoting only our, indirectly, but only also our own sales. We have to get into neutral, agnostic, affordable, innovative solutions. Look at what is good for India, and therefore have a very clear jugalbandi on a solution based with the government. Let me give you concretely 2-3 examples. India had a major challenge on matter labor reforms. The FTC of fluctuations even by corporates, because earlier we were not that flexible, makes ourselves far more competitive. And Credit Suisse report calls it seminal changes. My view is, one by one, we need to create our elements which are bottlenecks, and you heard some of them. For example, logistics, we are far away from the benchmark. We need to create a passport-like experience. Swati, for many of us, you may not be in that bracket, we have seen what getting a passport meant before and what the current government come TCS approach of getting a passport is. So the current passport is a one-stop shop, which is a real single window. So let me give you one more example. Investing in India becomes difficult. We have single windows, but multiple single windows. Now, the finance minister said by March, there will be a true single window being implemented. Can you imagine? If you have a true single window in terms of clearing, if you have enforcement of contracts where we know India, if we have, along with labor reforms which we are having, if we have land reforms which are workable. So in my view, we really need to first have obsessive collaboration. Industry needs to be talking about not just its own industry, but talking from the industry point of view, sectorially, and solution point of view, working with the government. The government and the industry need to tackle issue by issue. And in the benchmarking process, it's very important to have trustful communication. I've always felt industry and government talking with each other directly is far better than via the press. We have never done it. Many times industry sometimes does it via the press. It doesn't work. So trustful, open discussions on what I call as the vital few and understanding, and not the weekly meetings, and understanding how to take it on a follow to finish. And not put a very glamour about it or say.
Correct.
In India, it's very important. Equal role and create challenging roles with each other. Many times we are polite with each other. And sometimes in our politeness, we don't even talk openly with each other. So it's important to be, caring. Caring means having concern, but also having confrontational issues with the interest to solve.
Okay, a good point, sir. And I think it's the need of the hour. You spoke about the Jugalbandi bit and the trust that needs to be developed. That's something that's a missing piece, which I think everyone's recognizing, talking about it. Confrontational point that you mentioned in a caring way. All these things are going to go a long way, surely. Ashwath, could you give us your own examples of how you've dealt in a market like India, which is supposed to be, as everyone talks about it, it calls it one of the most complex, challenging markets to deal with. At least at some point, people would say this. How have you been able to make some wins here? Any stories that you would like to discuss? Let's talk about some of the things that one has taken from India, use their advantage and leverage. We share a few here. Should I request someone to put their audio off because there's some disturbance?
Sure.
Sorry, Ashwat, go ahead.
Yeah. So we have always believed in India, and like Mr. Bhattacharya said, we don't consider ourselves an international company with a presence in India. We consider ourselves an Indian company which has, global oversight. And because of that, we have invested in India over many years, and we have some great advantages we have created over the years in terms of scale, in terms of capacity, in terms of quality, in terms of cost. And when you combine all of those things together, it gives us tremendous advantage, even when we compete with folks from China, or especially advantages when we compare to North America or Europe. And we have used those advantages to be able to export our product from India to many of those markets. And even now, even as the situation barriers get tighter and tighter around the world, we are still able to export because we are providing products which give them some value. There is no entitlement, right? We have a better product which is got better quality and a lower cost, then markets are easy to open up. But one of the things I would like to say is that we struggle quite a lot on India not being open to many free trade agreements. And it serves as a little bit of a barrier for us. And I think many times we in India feel that we need those barriers to protect ourselves from competition. And what we have found is that when we open ourselves to trade, when we open ourselves to competition, we actually do better. We get if they have access to our markets, then we get access to their markets. And I can tell you, India is one of the most cost competitive markets in the world. And if we can succeed over here, it actually makes it very straightforward and easy to sell products into the global market. And that's been our experience. And we have done it multiple times over the years, and will continue to do so in the future.
All right, so the export bit is interesting to note, and trade barriers, I agree with you. Lots of work I think the government is already doing on it. There is Commerce Ministry constantly coming up, reviewing this, and I'm sure this point will be taken up as well. Nitin, or maybe Bhaskar first, one talks about design innovation as a very important element of the core value adding aspect. Now, tell us your experience and how India is poised right now. I mean, until very recently, we've started to sort of give some emphasis to design and innovation bits. and we've realized the results have been amazing when you focus on these things, because that's the emerging trend globally and in India. What's been your sense, and where do we stand as a country when it comes to design innovation features, providing as a core value, and how much headway do we have to grow from here?
Oh, no, thanks for the question, Swati. It's one of my passion areas. Just to give you my perspective, first of all, let me say many companies have so-called, a founder syndrome. So you start a company and then you succeed and you go on and you forget to innovate. So for me, innovation isn't offensive. Unless you innovate, you will die. That's a given. Let me give you a few examples. Maybe I start with Siemens. We are all proud that one of the largest R&D centers outside of Germany is in India. So India is considered a hub for innovation coming out for the global world of Siemens, and particularly in the world of OT and software. Now, having said that, there are numerous examples, and I agree completely with Soumitra when he said that look at the glass half full and not half empty, because there's still so much that we can do on the basis of your functional expertise and technology. And if I can give you a couple of examples, first is in the automotive world, there's a company called Hirotech India, and they are into the closure assembly, the automotive people would understand, and hemming technology, doors, hoods, tail lamps, etc. And they not just sell in India, they provide internationally with digital solutions that boost productivity, transparency, safety, etc. They were able to reduce their engineering time from 30 days to 12 days. 15% reduction in cost savings, 10% reduction in development time. So, they've become a leading player in terms of supplying out of India. The second one is a company called Adverb. And here we work together with them. They're a startup company out of India, about 4 years old in the warehousing management. And they have an integrated, again, a digitalized. So using technology, they've increased efficiency by 50%. Reducing commissioning times from more than 12 months to less than 6 months, designing a dark warehouse virtually before kind of commissioning it. And the last example let me give, which is a name we hear. It's a global example, but nevertheless, a name that we have heard very recently. That's BioNTech. The one famous now for introducing the COVID vaccine in the UK along with Pfizer. Now, you may not know, BioNTech is actually also making customized single lot size cancer drugs. So cancer drugs which are optimized, so one lot, batch size of one. Now you can imagine when you get into such kind of production, how important is technology to manage not just your resources, but also your production, your quality, your documentation. These are immense challenges. Now, all these technologies that I spoke about, they're all available here now in India. And they are, and the couple of examples that I gave from India, they're also, SMEs. So the point I'm trying to make is availability of high-end technology is not necessarily expensive, because the value that you create for yourself, and somebody spoke about export and quality requirements, etc. The kind of value that you can create using your functional expertise and technology, I would go to say that there is no boundary in terms of dreaming, thinking, and implementing for an Indian entrepreneur. Back to you, Swati.
Swati, we can't hear you.
Swati, we can't hear you. Yeah, it's
Yes,
better.
much better.
Yes.
Yes, much better. Swati, again, is getting
Swati is getting garbled.
garbled.
We lost you, Swati.
Go ahead, Swati.
Okay.
Yes.
You're breaking,
How
Swati.
learning systems to foster innovation, partnership, and growth. Nitin?
Question?
I'm asking you the ecosystems to foster innovation, partnership, and growth. Where do you see India right now, and where can we go
Okay.
from here on that?
Thanks. Yeah. So maybe what I thought is I will bring the global context out. Even our reimagining innovation, adapting digital technologies, devices, data insights to transfer power management for safer and more more sustainable and efficient power use. So we are a power management company and power management company. Is about where we will unite connectivity, design, data science with the industry expertise to provide digitally native products, software applications, and insights. So that's the first one. Then we look at creating engaging customer experience where we work closely with the customer and partners to provide our exciting customer experience using digital tools. It's enabling the digital factories of the future from the manufacturing point of view, leveraging the industry 4.0 technologies in manufacturing, factory floor automation. So that's our third focus. The fourth one is about boosting internal productivity. We analyze the nature of work our every day and see how we can leverage digital tools to improve and enable efficiency. So those are the four things we look at, and that's our approach to digital innovation. Now, talking about India, what's interesting is like Ashwath and Mr. Bhaskar also spoke earlier. In India, there are almost all these large multinationals have a big tech center, and so are we. So we have engineers who are actually working on innovative solutions offered in the global markets. So anytime that technology is introduced in India, typically in companies like this, you will have many engineers who have worked on deployment or introduction of such technologies in different markets, and they bring that expertise already in India, available in India, which can be leveraged. So I sometimes feel that we are underestimating the capabilities we have developed through these large global innovation centers which are currently present in India, which can be leveraged to really make India an innovation hub where we start becoming an innovation center for the world and come up with a new innovative technologies and solutions. The kind of expertise we have, I guess, is a very unique advantage India possesses, which can be really leveraged to scale up our efforts towards becoming an innovation hub. We also have to keep in mind that things like frugal innovation are in our blood. We do it day in, day out. And some of the innovative products introduced in India for Indian market have been scalable. Those products have been extremely successful in other developed or developing economies like Africa, Asia, Asia Pacific, and regions like that. So that is something we do very well, which can be perhaps deployed or piloted in India. And once it scales up, it can be scaled further up to be offered in the global market. So that I feel is India can do even better than what we are doing now. And we do have a distinct advantage over many other countries we compete with. Back to you, sir.
Okay, point taken, and important elements that you spoke on. Very quickly, before I open the forum for some questions, if the participant audience has from the participants, please feel free to put it on the chat. But quickly, last round of questions to just understand from each of you the kind of emphasis now after what the government has done in the last 1 year, the push for Make in India, the whole supply chain reworking, re-strategizing, giving some benefit to India as opposed to China. How are your parents, all these MNCs that we are talking about or talking to, each of you, please tell us if there has been a change in stance to say, yeah, India has a potential and let's now go big on getting that advantage going. Mr. Bhattacharya, can we start with you?
Yeah, I think firstly, Swati, the recent changes that have been announced, things like the labor laws and labor codes, whether it's the PLI and the reforms which are taking place, have been very, very, warmly welcomed, both in India but also in our parents. The trick and the key point would be for us now to create long-term reforms. And of course, in these reforms, that we have to ensure that the goalpost is not changed while the game is going on. Let me give a small example because Ashwath and I are both connected with the example of BS6. BS4 to BS6 was a leapfrog, which even in Germany took 8 years, and here we did it in 3 years. And after BS6 also, there's a roadmap ahead. And so if we retain these roadmaps, like we did for BS3 to BS4, BS4 to BS6, and then the roadmap, it gives tremendous confidence in terms of stability of long-term reforms. So I would just end by saying, A, these changes are welcome. B, these are necessary. And as I said, intensifying the Jugalbandi is going to be very important in a granular way, with both parties participating in the solution. And finally, reforms, when they are introduced, they have to be long-term in nature, sustainable, and seen sustainable as we go up. The world is changing in the geopolitical situation, and India, with its non-aligned approach, can create a very special position in the revised geopolitical situation in the world.
Okay, so we have lots that we could take as advantage to ourselves. Ashwath, quickly, this question to you.
Yeah, we have some amazing advantages. We have a great pool of labor. We have a very diverse pool of labor. We have an amazingly educated labor force. Our cost base is still low. There is a hunger and appetite in our people to be entrepreneurial, to want to grow, to learn, and so there are some great advantages we can we can use to grow our position in the global manufacturing space. There is still a lot the government need. There's a lot of good announcements. There's got a lot of good directional views on where we want to go. I think where we usually fall short is in last mile between translation of some of those ideals to how it gets implemented on the ground. If that we can all work together with the government to get those roadmaps clear, to get those ideas implemented faster, sky's the limit, and India can continue to its journey on becoming a major player in the
Okay.
world.
All right, sky's the limit. Yes, indeed. Bhaskar, your quick thoughts?
Yeah, hi. Very quick. I think Siemens has been committed to India for the last 100 odd years, and we continue to stay committed in all the three areas of PLM, SCM, and CRM. So Siemens, not just in India, but also the value add that India can bring to Siemens globally. Short answer, continue to remain committed.
Okay, and finally, Nitin?
Yeah, so businesses are present in India. Our global national services in India. So our dependence on India is quite high to support our global operations, both from the technology, innovation, from testing, as well as from the professional service. And it will continue to strengthen, encouraged with these developments in policies and its government focus on making India, and especially on aerospace and defense. We just about a year plus ago, we set up our greenfield into aerospace in Bangalore. So we were really encouraged by the policy changes and decided to set up a manufacturing operation here. In addition to the footprint we already had, we have expanded our innovation center in a big way. We have now end-to-end capability where from design, testing to validation, everything can be done in India. And it's the innovation center in India currently is actually the fastest growing innovation center for us globally, and significant investments happening there. So we'll continue to stay committed.
Okay, significant investments coming in, end-to-end value chain. All right, gentlemen, thank you. Mr. Good, you would want to take on and maybe have a few questions for the panelists, please?
Yes, thank you. And thank you very much, Swati, for moderating this discussion. And I know you have to leave now, so thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
will just maybe ask one important question to all our panelists, which is that, uh, many of you spoke about how we can influence and improve the supply chain, and especially the small and medium-sized companies in India. And any thoughts on that before we close would be useful, I think.
I can go first. Hi, Rashmat, and I think it's not just our wish. I think it's our duty to support the supply chain, and there are multiple ways we can support the small and medium companies. One is the first is of course with financial support in terms of better credit terms and better terms on making sure money is flowing to them in a smoother, easier manner, to use our larger credits to help banks stand guarantee or even help them with financial support. The second, of course, is with technical support by putting our experienced SQIs, quality engineers, manufacturing engineers on their shop floors in the line with them, holding their hands to make sure that as they are upgrading, as they are building in technology, as they are putting in manufacturing processes, they are doing it in the right kind of manner, and even providing advice on what kind of technology investments they need to make. And the third is, of course, one of manufacturing culture. How are we taking the cultures we have set up in our own companies, what those of diversity, those of inclusion, those of productivity? How do we take those and we need to provide leadership coaching to the small entrepreneur leaders to make sure that those kind of behavioral aspects of management are being inculcated into their processes, and so they become more professional. So I think all of our large companies, we can play a big part and actively do more of that.
Thank you.
Let me have a go at that, Jamshed. First and foremost, it's an extremely valid question because unless we are able to show the value to the SMEs, the base of the manufacturing in India doesn't grow. And here I would say from our side, focus is on small, standardized, implementable, off-the-shelf high-tech solutions, which can give you a kind of a return on investment very quickly. The second aspect I'd like to bring in, and that is going back to my ecosystem discussion earlier, between the industry and institutions like CII, FICCI, as well as the government, DHI, they have started the Samarth Udyog. We do a lot of work with them, again targeting how do you show the value of technology and allowing or enabling the SMEs to leapfrog into a kind of a global quality. And we have plenty examples where SMEs have actually benefited tremendously, and not just in India, also have become global suppliers. So the whole ecosystem game is for me very important.
Soumitra?
Thank you, Jamshed. I would just add on to what our panelists have said to a couple of extra points. One is treating them as business partners, and I really mean as an extension of the organization. We have 350 direct suppliers, and one thing we found is the training and development that we do in simple courses, which can upgrade our business partners, has a massive impact. And the second very important thing is the aspect that in this journey, how do we give affordable, innovative, solutions and products to them which they can take forward. Their biggest challenge is affordability. So if innovation can come with affordability, that becomes the single most important.
Yeah, good. Nitin?
Yeah. So without repeating what the co-panelists said, I would say capacity capability building initiatives are better than many sharing the best practices we hold with them to make them more competitive, and becoming a world-class manufacturing locations is a very critical aspect, and that is one area where we are focusing on. The second thing is, I would say that giving them access to the markets we have in the global environment becomes critical. So how can we scale them up and make them part of our global sourcing strategy is very important. And I guess we can play a much bigger role than what we are playing today to really achieve. Back to you, Jamshid.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for all your suggestions on this. I think, I think I don't see how India can really grow to its aspiration unless we take, everyone in the manufacturing ecosystem with us. And so I think this aspect of, making SME partners equal to our own levels and capabilities, I think will increase that aspiration very quickly. So thank you to all of you for being here today and sharing your thoughts. And we know that your companies are at the forefront of what you do, and we look forward to your widening your net, so to speak, and take everyone along with you in this journey. And I see a lot of benefit for everyone in that process. So thanks very much, and look forward to seeing you all some other day. Now we move to our next panel, which is also a very interesting panel, and that is really about how do we attract and retain and train and promote talent in our companies, in the engineering industry, in manufacturing. And we have a wonderful panel led by Mr. Ninad Karpe, and we have Mr. Mukundan, we have Pradeep Bhargava, and we have Mr. Thiagarajan. All of them, all leading lights of CII here today to take us through their panel. They're going to get an extra 10 minutes on their panel, so I hope it's going to be a vibrant discussion. And over to you, Ninad.
Thank you, Mr. Godrej, and thank you for inviting us to lead this discussion. We have three iconic figures with me who are going to be on this panel. Pradeep Bhargava, Tyag, we call him Tyag. It's B. Tyagarajan from Blue Star, Pradeep Persistent Systems, and of course Mukund. Mukund is Tata Chemicals. We have two past chairs, and of course Tyagarajan, who's presently the deputy chair. So it's a very, very heavy rock star kind of panel. All three close friends. They are under the belief I'm not going to ask them tough questions, but they're wrong. For once, Mukund is wrong, and so is Pradeep. I know this is a true test. If they stop taking my calls after this, they were not friends in any case. So I'm going to test this friendship. And we have, on a real, this topic is also close to my heart. And it's such an important topic. And we have saved this the best for the last, so to say, because this is really critical. This can shape the future of the manufacturing industry. This can make or break it. All of us know it. There are some things which can be done, some things which can't be done, some things which we don't discuss, and which we will discuss today. So let's get going with Pradeep. He doesn't get ruffled with anything, so I'm going to ask him straight on. The topic is attracting, developing, and retaining talent in the manufacturing industry. Now, I felt that since all three of them are iconic figures in their own field, I'll try and divide the three, ask Pradeep about attracting, ask Tyagarajan about developing, and Mukundan is very passionate about retaining. So, that's how I have divided the three. But of course, feel free to jump in back and forth. So, Pradeep, let me begin with you. Attracting talent. It's always, good and easy to blame everyone else for everything. What does the manufacturing industry have to do to attract more talent? Does it have to do more outreach, more communication, perception, or do you disagree and say, no, they're already attracting the best talent?
Thanks, Ninad, and thanks for calling us rock stars. But that's just one word. We're going to have a drink afterwards on the rocks. So absolutely wonderful to be with you and dear friends Tyag and Mukund. Yeah, so I think we will start with attract and then we talk about retain and we talk about sustain. What is the challenge with manufacturing? And I'll just take us back, Ninad, and I'm conscious of the time. Naushad and I, 15 years back in Pune Zonal Council of CII, had raised this point, ki kya ho raha hai yaar? Why is it that all the bright and smart people are going to IT and others? And I know you stand for IT, so I'll just take my caveat there. Why is it that manufacturing is not attracting the type of talent that they're entitled to? And so we just talked about it, and I think fundamentally to capture it, we need to enhance our brand equity. We need to enhance the brand equity of manufacturing. We need not real. We can't manufacture brand. We can fabricate many things, but we should manufacture this equity. It should be genuine. So what does that mean? It should be viewed as better career and prospect for the people who join us and who stay with us, which means money, growth, whatever it is. We should be able to give them an opportunity and offer them an opportunity of fulfilling their experiences and exposure, whether it comes in impactful, frontline, etc. And we need to add some glamour. For example, IT services no more viewed as I've joined IT services, I'll sit and code. I mean, you project IT as something where you give solutions, you give consultancy, you do transformation, you do digitization. Pata nahi aap kuch bhi offer except Nirvan. IT services are offering everything to everybody. I mean, moksha is the only thing that you're not offering. But that's how you project it. Why does manufacturing still get perceived as a shop floor, chimney-oriented enterprise, where if you go, you'll wear some safety shoes and be on the shop floor? Of course, you do that. But manufacturing is also about supply chain. Manufacturing is also about technology. Manufacturing is about solution. So I think we need to do this very quickly. 3 points. And one, we have to share, publicize outstanding stories. The recent one, the way we made ventilators, PPEs, crisis time, huge numbers need to be projected. The contribution of Indian manufacturing to atomic energy, space research, defense, just about the railways needs to be talked about. Well, life is much more than making an app which gives you a delivery of pizza earlier. I mean, I'm not mocking at services, but there is much more to life than such of the things that IT service gets glamour. So we have to add glamour and publicize. Second, we have to revamp our rewards and incentive mechanism. Ninad, for 40 years, I've been man on the shop floor, making television with Sharp and lighting products with GM, Genset with Cummins. We always, but since I became jobless and I'm on the board of some IT companies, and I'm amazed. I'm just absolutely amazed at the focus that is put there, the mechanisms that are in place for rewards and things. Manufacturing, we spend a lot of time on getting the right raw material. We look at the quality and spend a lot of time on BOM. We spend a lot of time on the interest cost. We spend a lot of time on the power cost. But we lose the interest and power of human resources. We don't spend adequate attention to human resources. We think IR is somehow strike nahi hona chahiye, lockdown nahi hona chahiye. And when it comes to white collar, give them a standard rate with minimum medium. So we need to relook. So compensation reward is another thing that will make, because kids look at the peer group. And finally, I think we ought to, let effect should be, Ninad, we should give manufacturing the rightful space, not displacing anybody. I would be happy if people shouldn't be apologetic, parents shouldn't get apologetic. Pata hai, my child got into manufacturing, I'm sorry, he couldn't get a job in IT. We shouldn't have that sort of situation. People should be proud of saying they're contributing to make in India. And finally, in a lighter vein, the dowry rates for a son-in-law in manufacturing should not be lower than that in IT companies, just a lighter. I think we need to do a lot of sales. Thank you.
Sure, Pradeep, you covered a lot of ground, but I'm going to push you on one point. Of course, dowry is illegal, but more important, you mentioned IT services. I was trying to count, I lost count, at least 6-7 times. So is IT services the only kind of thing which bothers you as a competition for talent for manufacturing?
No. It's not IT services. It is not a positive from. It's that somehow a slant has come on manufacturing that these are the least in the priority of a job. So okay, it's not. Fine. Yeah, I mean, consultancy could be, healthcare could be, but it's just that manufacturing has lost its gleam. No, nothing about IT service here. No. We are talking to you because of IT service. It wouldn't have been possible without IT service.
Thank you. No, I won't persist on this. You're on the board of Persistent. So let me move on to Tyag. Tyag, this COVID pandemic has been a game changer for all industries, and manufacturing is certainly part of the changes. Technology is now mainstream, right in the center as opposed to being in the periphery. Now, talking about developing talent, how has it impacted this entire aspect of developing talent from now, presently, and post-COVID as well? Is virtual training going to become now mainstream as opposed to just classroom? Will AR, VR, all these other things? There's so much technology available, which was good to have, but not necessary to have. Is it now right in the center in developing talent?
Good afternoon, Nina. It's always a pleasure to interact with you, and I'm privileged to be part of this panel. I thank Mr. Godrej for inviting me. So the thing is, there are some parts of the development initiatives which have taken a back seat because my own belief is that through technology, virtual training, some parts can be handled. Certain other things could not be. Say, for example, apprenticeship program and NetApp, it is very important they are on the shop floor itself. So there is a lag there, but good news is that it is coming back. And I'm not so much worried about retaining talent at the entry level at all, whether it is a blue-collar worker or the junior level manufacturing professionals. The development aspect for manufacturing leadership or the senior level is a big problem, actually. I had gone through this in the past couple of years that, Satish Jamdar was heading, and afterwards we had one principle that from internally we will grow, and few people measured up to, few people did not. And the real reason is actually, Ms. Bhargava covered that actually, that how we look at. Generally, you look at the board itself, that you necessarily have a chartered accountant out there, heading an audit committee or something, and or a finance person. You may have a human resources person, but it is not necessary that all boards should have a manufacturing leadership out there. I think that is very important if India wants to accelerate this momentum and fulfill our Atmanirbhar Bharat aspirations or our own manufacturing footprint goals. At the board level, I think you need a manufacturing expert out there for manufacturing companies. The next part is that it's all in bits and pieces. You do not get a rounded person at all. See, manufacturing, as Ms. Bhargava pointed out, he should know production, he should know TCM, he should be well versed with TQM, manufacturing excellence, lean, most, industry 4.0, and most importantly, sustainability itself as a subject. You cannot get them rounded by exposing them to a one-day seminar or one-day workshop. They have to be prepared for the future. And in that context, I have some grievance about HR functions also. Most HR professionals are great in relatively, I'm saying, in sales, marketing, other functions, compared with manufacturing leadership itself. But I'm grateful to Mr. Godrej. Actually, yesterday, day for yesterday, VLFM program got introduced. That CII's initiative of this VLFM program, or the Leaders for Manufacturing, I would urge all the participants to at least nominate a couple of persons to that. That made a significant difference to Blue Star. I myself had sat in some of the sessions, and it is a very important program which can help you to retain and develop talent as well. These are my opening statements.
Thank you. I'll come back to Tyag. I'm going to push you on some of the things you have said, but let me quickly move over to Mukund. Mukund, Tyag in retaining, and but of course, these are all amorphous areas, so Mukund, wherever I go to any industry, real estate, IT, FMCG, they all talk about the problem of retaining talent. What is so special about the problems of manufacturing sector in retaining talent?
So, Nina, I think retention is not a problem for us. I think we should not say that retention is a problem. I think the problem is of the way we look at ourselves. And I think if you said one of my senior leaders in the Tata Group once we said if we don't invest in our assets which we have, if we don't invest in the latest technology, we'll become a museum piece. You know, who goes and sees museum piece? Really, if you're an attractive entity, if you're investing in the latest technology, if you're the place where things are being done differently and things are also being done at the edge, some pieces are being done at the edge, I think people would want to work for that organization. I think organizations have to talk about what are they investing at. I think fundamentally you've got to look at investment in assets, investment in people, all these as part of the way that you sort of build for the future. And I think if that is done, people will stay. The second issue I would say is that a lot of people can say, listen, I think keep on upgrading your equipment is okay for a large company to speak, small company, how can they do it? That's the right question. How can we, if large companies themselves are not able to get the best of people, what can small companies do? I think small companies can do a lot of things in terms of they need limited number of people. So whomsoever they get, they can create an environment of excitement, environment where learning new things becomes easy. So people want to work for companies where learning is there. People want to work for companies where the learning can be put to practice. And three, they want to sort of also disseminate what they've understood out of that so that others learn from them. If you give all the angles for that, I think people will be there. The other element which I would say for the small and medium companies is there is enough talent out there which is available to you on tap. These are people who may have retired, people who may have said that, listen, I'm going to go some other track, people who can advise you. I think reach out to them because I think we tend to forget, at least in my company, we've got many of our people still coming back to our factories, working with youngsters. And these are people who lived their life in manufacturing. The passion they bring, the youngsters can see why they are so passionate about it. So I think that's another element of finding the people who are passionate about manufacturing and mentor the youngsters to think differently. I think CII can give a platform for these, bunch of people who are going to be passionate about manufacturing. VLFM is a good program, but within CII membership, there will be enough leaders who will be close to retirement, would have retired, who can give 3-4 more years of service. Can we get them to go to our SMEs? Can we get them to with them to say, can they upgrade them rather than just being stuck in the large companies? I think these are stuff which we can do and would help us to move in the right direction. So clearly, I agree with Pradeep that we haven't projected ourselves the right way. Even today, when people talk about factories, this whole thing is about a chimney with a smoke coming out. There is, if you come to our factories today, they look like a setup which is almost pretty close to hospital setup. It is so spick and span, so difficult to find. It's absolutely clean. Our environments are very different today. People don't realize it. What has changed? We are using the latest technology in terms of whether it be automation, whether it be sensor-based understanding, and there is very little field staff today. Everybody sits in control room. Once in a while, they go to the field. So things have changed. So if companies keep up with the technology and change, and the big thing for manufacturing is how is it going to cope with the high rate of implementation of automation, high rate of implementation of high artificial intelligence analytics, and is Indian industry investing enough in it? I think that should be the question. Talent will come the moment we invest in the right approaches.
So, Mukund, I want to press you a little bit more as a follow-up. What you said, I don't want to summarize it, but one of the most important thing you said, investment in people. What are the trends you're seeing from now and in future for industry to follow of investment in people? Our traditional methods, we know. Are there some forward-looking trends which you can notice in investing in people?
So I think one of the things which we believe is that it doesn't cost a lot for people today to be training. So we call what in the group is called a T-score, where we say there is a vertical on which is your key area of strength, but we also build a horizontal, which is all the adjacencies which come along. So if your vertical is, let's say, you're going to be the best process designer, process engineering, you do that well, but then there are issues of automation, issues of process control systems, which are also adjacent to it. How do we expose you to that? And the good news is that companies today can curate a program straight off the tap from internet, free of cost. This is free of cost. I didn't know about this. My colleague from TCS one day had showed us the curated program which he had designed, and he asked the question, do you know how much this costs? He says, everything is available on internet, on YouTube. I've just collected them in the right sequence so that when you go through this program, you come out on the other side well trained. So can we have systems and processes which we can design for our SMEs as a collective? This is something which we can do as part of CII. Can we curate the programs? We've got big companies. For example, we've got companies in control systems. We've got companies in automation. Can they curate a program for SMEs which they can watch and do it? And then what CII does do well is the field visits. They take people to the factories. The best factory in India. We have those. How many of us can encourage other people to go along with them? It is when you get inspired by seeing the best, you know the difference between where you stand and where you can go. And that visual impact is very critical for us to move. For example, I did go to GE factory in Pune, where they do advanced manufacturing for all exports. It was an eye-opener in automation. Siemens is a similar factory. All these are CII members. And I think we should make use of our CII members to sort of take them to the next level of what companies can do. Then back it up with the theoretical programs, which like VLFM and all, these programs give a solid grounding in what good manufacturing is all about.
Great. So very specific ideas. Make use of CII members to give experience to other members. Participants and viewers, if you have questions, don't wait till the end. Please post them in the chat if there's some real interest.
I want to say, since Mr. Godrej is there, Godrej is a precision engineering firm which has won an award recently.
Okay.
And CII IQ, the recognition on the highest quality award, CII Exim award. That company makes very advanced systems for defense. If we take some of our friends there to see, what can be done, I think we've got in every piece, every region, west, north, east, south, we've got examples which we can project forward.
Right. Okay, great. So there you are, specific examples. And if you have any questions to any of these three gentlemen, please post it in the Q&A. I can take it in the middle of the discussion as well. Pradeep, I'm coming back to you, and I have a question. But before that, I want a quick response, because Mukund again mentioned the same thing which you mentioned about telling stories, telling successes. And I think you also passionately said that we have not done enough as a manufacturing industry to storytelling. What specifically can be done? Give me a couple of examples.
Yeah, for example, some things again, because this growth is there. If you make a green enterprise, 10 years back, we made the green factory, first green factory of Cummins in India. Brought our suppliers, brought our customers, brought graduate engineers, COEP students there. And we showed them that, look, here's a model, a viable, in fact, more viable enterprise, which is green in its conduct, Cummins factory in Ranjangaon. It just made world of a difference to some of the graduate engineers who joined. They said, can I get to work in this green factory? So here's one indication of a thing. Similarly, if somebody were to talk a lot more about this Godrej factory or Mahindra factory or Tata's factory in defense and show the sophistication, somebody supplying to the space research program, Ninad, we can really, really make a difference in terms of the perception. Today, perception is a major issue in my understanding. So we collectively, manufacturing biradari, should try and not project what we are not, but project what we are.
Unfortunately, perception is reality is what branding people say. So we'll have to work on that. Let me shift gears, Pradeep, and again to a topic which you're passionate about. You're very passionate about education, its impact. And of course, the source of all talent for manufacturing will come from the education sector. So the education sector, the industries will say that education sector is not doing enough to give good talent which can be employed. And the education sector is saying, no, these guys are not collaborating hard enough with us. So the blame game keeps continuing. Again, I don't want to talk about IT services industry, but yes, they have built a model which really is fairly unique in its own way. So in this blame game, who's more to blame? The education sector or the manufacturing?
Good. First of all, I concede IT sector, and I'm learning about IT sector, has really developed this alliance into truly an alliance, not like the NDA or the UP alliance, but they've got an alliance which is working. So what I mean is the IT sector has taken the lead, and we in manufacturing need to learn. To come to the question who to blame, it's very easy because the other party is not there. We can put the cross around their neck. They haven't even filed a caveat to be heard, and we can pass an ex parte decision. But on a serious note, I would, and have sent this because of my views in the past, and that's why I'm somewhat unpopular within the CII circles, which always enjoys, industry always enjoy putting the blame on someone else, be it the government, be it the civic society, be it the academia, be it NGOs. We in CII seldom are open enough to criticize ourselves. In this situation where the bridge between academia and industry is weak, and there is limited flow, I want to put squarely majority blame on us in industry. First of all, industry makes a bridge. So if the bridge is weak, it's industry's responsibility. They ought to have designed it better. But again, coming to on a serious note, why do I say this? And Ninad, and this is true for manufacturing. It's factual, it's real, it's consistent. And it's true for most of us. And I just take you very quickly through this. What do we do in our day-to-day life? When it comes to supplier or component manufacturer, we identify one, we support him, we develop, we assist, we handhold, we even finance for tooling. We do everything because we want the right component. Okay. What do we do with our channel partners? We do all these things, train them, equip them, in fact, go with them so that they are help our sales. What do we do with our fund suppliers? With these banks or financial institutions, we work with them, make multiple iteration, we bend backwards. We do everything because we want money from them. What do we do with our other service partners, technical or administrative? We engage with them, we improvise, we trust them, we get service. So when I want a component, when I want sales, when I want money, when I want services, I do everything to do work with this. But when it comes to procuring my most valuable resource called human resource, you know what do? We say the education institutions are not up to the mark. But we don't tell them what we want. We say the syllabus is obsolete, but we don't want to sit on the board of studies of those colleges and tell them what syllabus to do. We lambast them and saying, they are bad, so is the government. Government is not doing enough to create right type of institution. We suddenly treat government like a BPO, to whom we outsource the responsibility of getting us talent. We don't go to government for getting good quality supplier. We don't go to government for getting good quality channel partners. We don't go to government for anything. Here is convenient for us to sit as though we are unhappy. We are happy to criticize. We are certainly don't want to set up our charges by getting faculty there, by getting trainees, getting BOS. I think some institutions have done a great job, and I want to acknowledge. Cummins, for example, has adopted an ITI, Cummins College of Engineering with Management Institute. They're reaping the benefit not only for themselves, for others. Smaller enterprises will have challenges. I think Mukund brought out in something, they'll find it with them. But industry has to understand, once again, like Mr. Godrej and I did, industry has to understand the business case of green. Industry has to understand the business case of collaboration. These are all alliances. This is not a CSR. If I help an ITI, I'm not doing a favor. If I work with an engineering college, I'm not doing philanthropy. It's for me. So I think industry needs to acknowledge that it is their prime responsibility. Big ones need to do it. So answer to your question is, yes, we have a lot more at stake. We need to do a lot more.
What are the solutions? So give me some solutions.
So solutions, first of all, engage. You can't solve otherwise human resource development minister won't know what to do. You can't solve the entire country's problem. Every industry can pick up, find a number of ITIs, polytechnics, engineering colleges, like Cummins has done in this case. Get on faculty upgradation program for them. Get their faculty on sabbatical to the industry. Get your people to go and take a class. Give projects to these very institutions to do. Get their students on trainees. There are multiple things. Sit on their board of studies. There are a host of things, Ninad, which we as industry can do and should do. Like we guys can adopt it. City of Pune has got 60 engineering colleges. Baba, pick up 10 of them. Like 10 industry pick up one each like Cummins has done. upgrade. Don't solve the nation problem, solve your immediate problem, and you'll be benefited. So answer to your question is we can take a step forward, engage, involve, and reap the benefit of industry alliances. It's doable. New education policy openly encourages this. So I don't think we have an excuse of government not doing it. Blame is on us. Of course, industry needs to also, academia also needs to be supported, and a lot of them are realizing. Thank you.
So we have a question from Ronit Datta specifically on what you mentioned. What are the industry academia partnerships which are successful? But of course, you have answered most of it. I want a quick response from Mukund because Pradeep has made some very, very tough statements, and we always know Pradeep is very frank. Do you agree with what he says? Do you disagree? And what are the solutions? I think I'm looking for solutions.
So solutions are pretty much
response,
what. Yeah, I think very quickly, I think we started within CII this, university industry partnership, which Naushad folks led for a long time and continues to lead. I think that needs to continue, and we need to work with them. The second thing, fundamental around that was that research programs have to be supported by industry, and research programs of universities need to be industry oriented. So it is both ways. We need to support and they also need to orient towards industry. Second element is about giving these students a flavor of the way industry works many times, because one of the issues which industry faces, it needs time bound results. In the colleges, the results can carry on for longer time. Fourth is about setting the curriculum which is relevant. I think most institutions today are changing their curriculum, and how many of us work with the universities and institutions in building curriculum for them, futuristic, I think is something we should do. And also, during their education, can we give them more internships? And these are about 2 to 3 month programs, internship program. They go back as ambassadors of what industry is all about. Many times I ask people before they say India doesn't have good R&D. This is slightly diverging from. My question to them is, how many R&D labs have you visited of CSIR labs or university labs? If CEOs don't visit those labs, it won't get done. The same way, if CEOs don't participate in the process of people selection at entry level, going to a two institute or one institute, they don't have to go to all. Their management teams will go, but at least one of them. I think you then are not giving it the importance which the company needs to give. I think we all need to give it that much time, and I think there's no shortcut to this, Ninad. I think it is about, from chemical industry, I can tell you that we've had great partnerships with ICT, Institute of Chemical Technology, the Chemical Engineering Department of IITs, all the IITs, and we are very proud to say that in the chemical industry, most of this, we can count in every institute at least 20-30 people who have passed out as students, who have actually created companies, who have created wealth, and they keep continuing to go back. I think this must be done sectorally. This must be done by every sector, supporting those specific departments and those specific areas. Of course, future is multidisciplinary, but I think we need to look at it from that perspective.
Ninad, can I say just one word, Ninad? Yeah, sure. I know it's important because I agree entirely with Mukund. It's important to upgrade the students' exposure, etc. But our first line of attack or defense has got to be upgrading the faculty. Today, faculty is like the capital goods who produces products. CII organized a visit of Polytechnics head to some companies, including Cummins. One senior gentleman who was a principal of a Polytechnic took me aside after the visit. He said, "Thank you very much, sir. I'm about to retire. I've been a principal of this Polytechnic. This is the first time I'm visiting a factory from inside." Now, head of a Polytechnic institution hasn't visited a factory for his entire career. Reflects on what they can impart. So I think one of the things we should do is faculty upgradation should be high on the priority. Industry needs to collaborate. Thank you.
Okay, great. I think we've got some specific ideas. That was good. Let me shift gears and let's discuss about Industry 4.0. You are also very, very passionate about it and how it's going to rapidly change the entire landscape for talent, specifically on developing, talent for Industry 4.0. What needs to be done? Unlearn, relearn, data. There's so many new things being thrown at IoT, manufacturing service. A lot of new things happening. Your comments on developing talent for Industry 4.0.
You want Tyag to go?
Yeah.
Thank you, Nina. The very pertinent question. Thanks to the mobile phone media, I think adaptability is very high. Our experience is people from the old technology to migrate to Industry 4.0, that is happening at a rapid speed. The equipment and the technology that are coming in are also user friendly. Most importantly, one of the aspects so far what we have not touched upon is the manufacturing is a male dominated domain. Actually, the diversity, if you look at it in not only leadership level or the middle management, junior management, you will find a very small portion is happening. Industry 4.0 enables even women managers to shine. Actually, that they also learn it very fast. Those are my opening inputs.
Okay, great. Mukund, there's a question from the audience, and I'm taking them as they come if it's interesting. And this is connected to retention. Does safety, health, and environment practice of a company have a significant role in retention of skilled talent? Mukund.
Absolutely. I think I couldn't agree with more. And I want to compliment the person who's asked this question. I think if you look at all the winners of our CII Exim Bank Quality Award, they have exemplary standards of safety, health, and environment. That is what differentiates the good from the great. I think these companies exemplify right from the top. They're concerned for that. Actually, it filters down as a concern for your people. It filters down as a concern for community. So I think having the highest level of safety, health, and environment is very important. It is also, you can link it to automation, you can link it to Industry 4.0, because Industry 4.0 and automation actually says that the safety is built into the design itself. So that even if someone were to not forget about an issue, the machine itself takes care so that the person doesn't end up in a difficult situation. So I think these are the factories of the future, which have to have very high standards of. But unfortunate part, Ninad, is that we shy away from admitting failures. I think safety standards improve when we talk about near misses, when we talk about failures which have happened, and take them as a process to improve rather than process to condemn. Because this failure can happen anywhere, and I think we need to learn and say how can we build even safer workplaces going forward. I think that would be the way.
Yeah.
Pradeep, you want to add something?
Yeah, I just saying it conveys that you care. I mean, what is environment, health, and safety all about? It conveys a sense of that I care. And once that is happening, that's the most important thing, both for attraction and for retention. When you care for the environment, when you care for this, you obviously care for the other thing. We keep hearing what I care for the customer. Customer is the king. But fact, these environment, in Cummins presentations, every business leader when he used to do, first slide used to be on what are your compliance with respect to environment, health, and safety, much before the business results come. And I think that's a culture which is very vital. Mukund is right.
So, this is a question by Arvind Das, and specifically asking CII. So, since you're a deputy chair, you are the person to respond. We have all past chairs, so we can happily hand over all the tough questions of CII to you. It's a longish question. What he's saying, can CII make a list of, he's saying companies excel in some areas and create best benchmarks. Can CII make a list of these key areas and share it with MSME members, particularly large companies who have got good, benchmarks, so that these companies can learn from them and attract talent?
We will. This relates to what also Mukundan mentioned at the beginning, that there are leaders from our member companies or the practices which we can showcase. I will attempt this. Directory of things in the digital world, it is easily and put it together. So we will attempt it. But most importantly, there's another project which we are unable to complete, which I feel guilty of, is actually for the buyer seller meet a complete directory of what we buy and what people make with the MSMEs, as well as like the Dicky. We are supposed to be doing one exercise that also is work in progress. We will attempt this, what Arvind is saying.
Sure. So, Mukund, let me move to a post-COVID world. If there's one person who has clairvoyance, it is you. I have neither clairvoyance nor lucidity. So, what do you think will be the challenges in a post-COVID world for retaining talent? For example, I have been recently reading, I mean, not to preempt your response, about a lot of attention companies are paying to mental health, which was probably not as many companies earlier were paying. But I mean, I'm just giving an example. So, what is your thoughts surrounding this post-COVID world retention of talent issues?
So in terms of, if I just narrow it down to the manufacturing, the industry sector, whether it be biotechnology, whether it be, the metal cutting end of the manufacturing end. I mean, if you take those two spectrums, I really think the manufacturing has been the least impacted by COVID because factories have been running, people have been going. Maybe there's a bit of social distancing which has been put in place, protocols have changed. The for us going forward, I think already Pradeep and Tyag have highlighted. I think we need to bring more diversity into our workforce. There is no reason why we don't have gender diversity in our workforce. I think that is something we should seriously attempt. We are very much factories have too many male members. We need to get more female workforce in our factories. That is one which will happen. The second is we have to upgrade the talent. I think companies now have to think about because automation will become way of life going forward. Digital world, because even the factory people who go to manufacturing sites are saying, what can technology do for me? Which it's doing for sales and marketing teams, which is doing for accounting teams, legal teams. Why should I be left behind? I think we need to go to that kind of a space. So adopting digital and technology, and when you talk about Industry 4.0, I think CII needs to play a role. And lastly, I think sustainability will be at core, which I think again Tyag and Pradeep highlighted, which is about green. I think investing in green is going to be core. So I would put in three buckets. One is adopting technology, especially digital. Second would be green or sustainability, and last would be the whole issue related to, I would say, having inclusion and diversity in our workplace.
So, talking about inclusion and diversity, Pradeep, I know you're very passionate about this topic, and particularly gender diversity. In the context of attracting great talent, what more can be done in the manufacturing industry? Diversity, inclusion, and gender, both gender and other diversity.
Yeah. Once again, the impression of factories was, as we said, a shop floor and a chimney. Not favorable, not preferred by gender, not, let's say, not as conducive to all genders, which itself was a myth. Both were myths, that manufactories only chimneys. And number two, that women can't handle a certain assignment because they're women. I think both have been broken, completely myths have been broken. In organization, again, I can talk about Cummins and some other organization, some of the manufacturing leaders are emerging. However, it's a journey. The very fact that today in our panel, Ninad, we don't have a lady itself is indicative. And I think we need to introspect, it'll take time. We don't have a lady who should have been there perhaps. In this, it is indicative that we have a pipeline to fill. The technology, as Mukul and others have talked about, is making it virtually gender agnostics. The automation that are coming in, the level of controls that are coming in, level of safety things that are coming in, etc., is no more something to be upset or worried about. Well, can my daughter go to Tata Motors shop floor type of a thing? She'd rather go to Infosys air-conditioned office. The type of perception that all of us have. I think technology has taken it further. Safety norms, environment norms, health norms in all manufacturing organizations are there. We have no reason, no excuse left but to push diversity, certainly gender diversity, and for that matter, other diversity. And I think this is something which we need to, whenever we talk about, and forgive me for extending this argument, we talked about talent, we look at talent as though it's only white collar. There is talent in blue collar. Unlike services sector, there is a whole cadre of people who are blue collar, whether unorganized workforce, organized workforce, unionized workforce, etc. There again, we have to start understanding with the automation happening, the talent is becoming important. So I think when we look at talent, when we look at diversity, when we look at diversity out there, I think we must understand that this goes across to the blue collar as well. Whether it's in service area, how can a lady go and attend to a genset repair? Today, the lady doesn't have to go, she can get it on her office What is the problem with the gens technology? So lady can be a service engineer in charge. Those are the myths which have been broken. So I think there is an opportunity for us to push. Thank you.
Great. So there's an opportunity for us to push. Participants, viewers, we have just 5-10 minutes left, and you'll not get a panel like this again. And by the way, I didn't decide on the people in the panel. Responding to Pradeep's.
No, we have a problem with our bench. Actually, it's not only the bench is a problem. We need to have many more. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
So the standard thing at CII is that past years have to throw problems to deputy chairman. Deputy chairman has to handle it. Mr. Godrej wants to say something.
Yeah, let me just come in here and really appreciate all of you for your thoughts on this. There are two things on my mind which I wanted to mention. One of them has just been mentioned, which is gender diversity, especially to do with manufacturing. The other one is that, we have to think about talent as something that you nurture in an organization. So the thing is that how do you take the most ordinary people and make them into extraordinary people? I mean, Mukund just mentioned the CII Exim award that our precision engineering business won. And, this is, again, an example of people who have been motivated, very ordinary people, nothing extraordinary, no great degrees and all that sort of thing. I mean, these are regular engineers who have been motivated to do something extraordinary. I think that's one thing that we should be talking about, in how do you attract and retain and nurture talent. And the other thing that I want to talk about and get all of your views on is that, leadership, the type of leadership, that means the style of leadership, how the style of leadership makes a huge difference in the outcomes. You have inclusive leaders, you have leaders who pretend as if they've done everything themselves and nobody else has contributed to it. I mean, what is the particular style and how do we nurture that style to be inclusive and make it, something that everybody in the organization feels that pride of belonging in their business.
Yeah, Mukund, you want to start?
No, I think it's a very, very important point. And I think one thing I want to tell you that when we were, I was in the panel which was looking at the Godrej precision industry. And it came again and again, one constant factor that leadership, including Mr. Jamshed Godrej's interest in making sure that company went through difficult times with support of everybody. I think every company goes through difficult time. I think at that point, if you don't support your talent, if you don't support your team, I think you don't then retain them and then they go away somewhere else to prove themselves. And the second is that I think the motivation which comes from leadership paying attention to younger talent, motivation which comes from leadership paying attention to that you care for them, that their future will be as good as everybody's future. So you're investing in them in that, in their development. I think really motivates people. So I think these are very important points. I think we should take that on board. I really think what has been said in the last few minutes is something at the heart of retention, at the heart of also building the talent for future.
Yep.
Yeah, Pradeep, you want to add something?
Yeah, I would just fully agree with things. One of the manifestations could be making ordinary people do extraordinary things, organization culture. So manufacturing companies shouldn't go to the top-notch engineering and management school on day 4 or day 5 because first 4 days have been taken by consultancy and try and get the least. Why don't you go to B category of institutions, get the best, they're good guys, get them and make them the best. So I think this mindset that raw material is everything, but actually Mr. Godrej is saying machining makes a lot of difference on a raw material. Raw material is comparable, So in a manufacturing, so how you machine your people, giving them the sense of engagement, etc. And absolutely, it has to be inclusive. And it answer to the question that he raised, how do you make it institutionalized? It starts from the top. Really speaking, institutionalization, making it, I think we need to be doing it, make it, and incidentally, teamwork is so important in manufacturing that you're amenable to make it a conducive, cooperative environment. Would support Mr. Godrej's point completely that we have to make extraordinary things out of ordinary people, and which is possible. Thank you.
Actually,
Yeah.
Nina,
Yeah.
the word which I would use is, how do you build a collaborative environment?
Yeah.
Right.
I think collaborative envirament is at the heart of it. If the CEO, if the head of that manufacturing end unit himself is not demonstrating collaborative approach, I think this won't spread. So I think it has to be right from the top that it is led by a leadership which is also saying that this is a very critical value as we move forward. It is part of our value system. It's very important.
Tag, you want to give a quick response to Mr. Godrej's observation?
I would add that the HR practices itself for manufacturing needs to move to the next orbit, because traditionally it looked at industrial relations, management of unions, like that. So in capacity building, say for example, we are attempting this in Blue Star. Job rotation is very important. We don't want someone to be the business leader unless and until he would have had for at least a 3-year period. So therefore, in HR practices itself, I think we need to attend to this. Say, for example, in a job description or a job evaluation, I see a wide parity actually. A equivalent level in sales may be paid more or occupying a higher position, and we are not valuing that manufacturing person. So the JD, JE requires some kind of revamp that has to come from HR and the leadership. The other thing is, if you look at the job description itself, Mr. Godrej mentioned a very valid point. The ordinary people, extraordinary. We will end up looking at his English or the written communication skills. It is not important at all. So the Indian cricket team is one such example. So you have to look at that, what he can deliver, and how I am going to create an environment for him to shine. That is where we will make a difference.
Okay, great. I'm mindful of the time. So if Mr. Godrej has any other thoughts, otherwise I'll start winding it down quickly.
No, you can close up, and then I have some comments to make at the end.
Sure. Thank you. So, we covered a lot of ground from education, retention, all of it. I think, even Industry 4.0, I was trying to list the kind of number of areas we commented on, but it's a huge area. I think it was an interesting session. All three of you really put in a lot of diverse thoughts. I can't end without asking each one of you to give a one-line advice to our members watching this, more particularly MSME members, on each of this. So, Mukund, you spoke more about retention. Can you give a one-liner advice to members watching on attracting talent? Just one line, that's it. Closing one line.
I would say invest and value your people.
Invest and
value your people.
And value your people. Okay, great. Invest and value your people to attract good talent. Tyag, you spoke about developing. No, Tyag has to come last. He is the deputy chair, so he'll come last. Pradeep, you spoke more about attracting. Talk about retention. One line advice to our members, particularly MSME members.
Yeah, treat people with dignity, respect, and be fair to them in their rewards. Be it MSME, be it large, dignity, respect which is part of values, is very important for someone to stay on. And be fair in your compensation. Dignity and respect.
Dignity and respect. Yeah, Tyag, you have the last word. One line advice, only on developing.
Collaboration of big boys with the medium and small ones. I think we should devote more time and handhold them and invest in developing their people as well.
Great. So we have heard, invest and value people, dignity, collaboration, a lot of great thoughts. Thank you, Pradeep. Thank you, Mukundan. Thank you, Tyag, for joining this panel. Over to you, Mr. Godrej.
Thank you. Thank you, Ninad, and all the panelists for your thoughts and views today. When we opened the session yesterday with Mr. Myra, one of the important points that came through on manufacturing was that, manufacturing itself has changed enormously. Uh, it's no longer that manufacturing does not include IT and software and electronics, etc. We all know the fact that modern cars, for instance, the value of electronics and electricals and software and all that is equal to or more than the value of the rest of the material that goes into it. So there's this sort of artificial barrier is disappearing. When we talk of manufacturing today, it has to include every type of you know uh, process, every type of input, and uh, and within CII we look at design, we look at innovation, we look at the role of all the different aspects that go into manufacturing, and uh, and and that's where the whole thing comes together with people. And today this session really was about how do you attract and retain and nurture people. And I think if we also talk about you know that manufacturing is no more just cutting metal or stamping something out. It is really incorporates every type of intervention that is sort of in vogue today. You can talk of artificial intelligence, you can talk of machine learning, you can talk of so it's not only the language of the software and the IT guys. Manufacturing today really is about everything that we know about in the world, and I think that will help also in projecting manufacturing. So yes, of course, we know that there's a lot of attractiveness in going into consultancy or software and things like that, but I think manufacturing can have equal or more opportunity and ability. So I think this is another point that came through yesterday, was that we must look uh, when we talk of manufacturing, don't have these artificial barriers. You know, you have to the talent that you have has to be extraordinarily versatile. In order to be able to do the sort of things we're talking about, and uh, the other very interesting aspect that we sort of discussed yesterday was that whilst we have a lot of talk about self-reliance through this Atman Abir Bharat program, which is, how do you make India more self-reliant, essentially. I think the important point there is that, we must remember that manufacturing can only be vibrant if it is competitive. And we should not lose the sight that, whilst we are talking about self-reliance, this cannot be about protection. This cannot be about going back where we've been these last 50 years. It has to be something very different. And so I think we should keep that in mind whilst we're talking about self-reliance. And as we have talked on this panel and earlier, uh, you know, the role of the supply chain and the role of the small, medium size units, is crucial for this. We are not going to be able to do extraordinary things in manufacturing if we have a few top companies who do wonderful things and everybody else is sort of left behind. I think it is absolutely the sort of responsibility of for all of us in manufacturing to work together, and the supply chain is crucial. When most of us today start doing carbon reporting, and in this carbon reporting process, There's scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3. And scope 1 and 2 is really about what you're doing and what is the carbon footprint you have. But scope 3 is about everything else, about everything you buy, everything that gets transported in and out, etc. And the carbon footprint of scope 3 is actually much larger than the carbon footprint of scope 1 and 2. Now, when you think about it that way, it also tells you that the role of the supply chain, is actually crucial here. We know that, say, for automobile industry, without wonderful auto components, the auto industry is not going to get ahead. It's the same for everyone else. So I think we need to give as much importance and to the supply chain, which was another point which came up in our discussion yesterday and today. So these, I think, have been the sort of ideas that we have on the 18th CII Manufacturing Summit. Every one of these summits has brought out something different, something new. But I always go back to our earliest mentor, which is the late Dr. C.K. Prahlad, who, he was there for at least 8 or 9 of our initial manufacturing summits. And his one point, which is still relevant today, and which I think will always be relevant for us, and which we should always remember. And what he was always saying was that the winners in the future are going to be those who understand the role of sustainability and the role of innovation, and how these two come together in any product. And if we don't remember that, I think we are going to and we are seeing, I mean, I'm never been a votary of the stock market and stock prices, etc. But when you see that a company like Tesla, is worth more than Ford and GM and Toyota and Volkswagen and everyone else put together, it really makes you think as to what's going on here. And so I think, we have to remember that sustainability and innovation, and this is what Tesla has done. They've done something different, totally innovative product, despite the fact that people are worried about how many miles their electric car is going to run. They're doing wonderfully well, and that they've been able to overcome some of these perceptions, and sustainability means essentially that, you're not polluting, at least today, you're not polluting your cities more when you run an electric vehicle. Yes, we know that the criticism is that, we still have to run some coal-fired power plants to charge these vehicles, but that will also change over time. I mean, we will have real sustainability in that entire supply chain very soon. So I think these are the sort of things that we need to keep in front of us whilst we look at new opportunities in manufacturing. Forever, we have been saying that the percentage in GDP of manufacturing has not increased. I think we should actually now not think that way anymore. We should think about, that manufacturing is very much a part of the ecosystem of production, which includes software, it includes, metal bashing, it includes everything. And look at it from that point of view and not get stymied by saying that we are being held up. I think global markets is a huge opportunity for India, and we have to do more on that front. So let me end this manufacturing summit by thanking all the participants who have participated with us this year and in the years before. This year being special as we cannot actually be all together. And but these video conferencing platforms are also quite effective. It has allowed people who would not traditionally be a part of our manufacturing summit to also be a part of it, no matter where they are in India or anywhere else. And I think that also brings a new dimension to our ability to reach out to a wider audience. And so thank you to all our participants, all our panelists, the audience, all the organizers, to CII Western Region and the staff, and especially to BCG, who have been our partner in this process. They have been our knowledge partner. They have contributed enormously uh, over the years to a rich, you know, uh, to adding richness to our proceedings. So with that, let me end and thank everyone. And of course, Jane, please do convey our best wishes and thanks and congratulations to your entire team. Thank you and goodbye.
Mr. Godrej, I have few words to add.
Oh, yes,
Mr.
yes.
Godrej.
Sorry.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, Mr. Godrej. We have reached the conclusion of the successful second day of the 18th edition of the CII Manufacturing Summit. We had some tremendous learnings and unique observations led by Mr. Godrej, which can lead us in our journey towards making India Atmanirbhar and also make India an important and indispensable participant in the global value chain. Mr. Godrej, you summed it up very well. One is building pride for the manufacturing sector among its stakeholders, how to remain competitive even though we may be pursuing a self-reliance agenda, and the how to carry and develop the supply chain. And lastly, you began the conference by invoking Dr. Pragalad, and today again you mentioned about innovation and sustainability and the importance of that. Sir, I must confess that even though it is on a virtual platform, I think there were the summit had been taken to a different level today, and I think it is a defining moment for the manufacturing summit and the manufacturing sector itself. And we will see many more actions. I think that this is the right time where we will be going ahead as industry to invest more. And I think when we meet next year, we will see a different landscape altogether. I would like to thank all the speakers and industry leaders for sharing their perspectives based on their rich experience and leading the discussions during the day. On behalf of CI and all participants, I express my heartfelt gratitude to you all. A heartfelt thanks to Mr. Godrej, Chairman of the Summit, and Mr. Arun Mehra, Mentor of the Summit, for curating this two-day insightful summit. I would also like to thank our sponsors, Platinum Partner Godrej and Boys, Gold Partners Tata Autocom and Bluestar, Silver Partners OMR Bagla and Future Factory, Corporate Partner Tata Chemicals, and Technical Partner Bosch Consulting Group. Without your support, the summit wouldn't have been such a great success. I would like to reiterate what I mentioned yesterday. To add more relevance to the summit, a series of digital conferences on varied subjects concerning the industry are being organized. Actually, it begins this afternoon at 2 p.m. A conference on industrial flooring. It is called Industrial Flooring Conclave. It is between 2 p.m. to 4 p.m. Please register and join through CII Hive platform. And we have subsequently CII Westech Summit, the Environ Conclave, Renew India 2020, Leadership Conclave, Industrial Flooring Conclave, which is already getting completed, and Packaging Conference 2020 till 19th December. Those are all in the website, or you can contact CII Secretariat. Thank you once again. Have a wonderful day.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ninad, for the wonderful interaction that you moderated.
Thank you. Thank you, Tyag. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vala. Thank you for that. Thank you.
आवाज नहीं आ रहा, we are unable to listen them.
Rajesh?
Yes, now I can hear.
Yeah. I had kept on mute myself.
Okay. Now let me just, now audio is okay. Now let me try the camera.
Huh.
Yeah.
Sir, try your camera now.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying.
I am seen, no?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Then I am camera, audio, everything is fine.
Yes, absolutely.
There don't be any attendee, so no attendees will be seen here. It will be in your CII Hive.
Yes, sir. They'll be on CI Hive and YouTube live also.
Okay. So morning, how many were there?
Morning we had 230 plus.
230 plus. Both put together, YouTube and CII.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So yeah, today was less.
Yes, sir.
Ganesh, all is there? Ganesh voice.
You are not audible, sir.
हॅलो
Ah,
नाव
yes,
नाव
yes,
क्लिअर
yes.
ओके
Clear.
ओके माझ्याकडून
Yes,
प्रॉब्लेम
yes.
होता
Ganesh is fine. Rajesh, he is still working. Sudarshan is yet to join. And our Ruchir.
हा आर्किटेक्ट पाहिजे ना साहेब आर्किटेक्ट शिवाय कसं होणार
I will call him.
सौरभ मला शेअरचं ऑप्शन नाहीये
देतो मी सर 1 मिनिट
नाही नाही तुम्ही करा बेस्ट आहे ते मी फोनच्या कनेक्शन वरती आहे ना करा तुम्ही
ओके ठीक आहे I'll do that.
You are connecting, no? We are all connecting. Sudarshan is just joining. So if there are any glitches, we can remove it before we start at 2. So that was the. Oh. Okay. Okay. No problem. No problem. Just get connected as soon as you are there. Okay. Saurabh? Hello.
Yes, sir.
Sudarshanji is unable to he says he's connected, but his video and audio both are not working. But why is he not seen as?
I'll check. I'll call him, sir. Give me 5 minutes. I'll just call him.
अजय
हा
हे कोण लोक आहे म्हणजे आपण कोणाशी बोलतोय आता?
हे आपले CII टीम आहे ना आता.
नाही नाही आता सौरभ तर आहेत. आपण जे आता म्हणजे कॉन्क्लेव्ह मध्ये कोण कोण लोक आहेत म्हणजे काय काय मॅन्युफॅक्चरर आहे का वेअरहाऊसचे लोक आहेत?
बेसिकली मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग इंडस्ट्रीज म्हणजे सगळे
इंडस्ट्रीजचे लोक आहे. फॅक्टरी वाले बेसिकली मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग वाले.
बेसिकली मॅन्युफॅक्चरिंग.
चांगलं आहे.
इफ यू लुक ॲट द प्रेझेंटेशन म्हणजे जे आधीचे झालेले इट इज ऑल अबाउट इंडस्ट्री.
हो का? मग त्यांचं ऑटोमेशन वगैरे तसं होते सगळं
सगळं आहे. मग त्याच्यामध्ये मी आय एम जस्ट गोइंग टू
राजेशचा मेसेज आला कॅमेरा नॉट वर्किंग.
कॅमेरा नॉट वर्किंग. ते परमिशन्स दिले नाही की लफडे होत. ते परमिशन पण कुठून द्यायचं ते पण एक इश्यू असतो. तुझं कुठला लॅपटॉप आहे?
माझा म्हणताय?
हा
गणे मला विचारताय? माझं हे सरफेस आहे.
अच्छा ठीक आहे. म्हणजे इश्यू नाही आहे म्हणजे.
का सौरभने पाठवली तर लिंक वरती केल्यावरती व्हायला पाहिजे ऍक्च्युली. नाही झालं तर फोनवरती घ्यायचं. फोनवरती फटाफट होतं कॉम्प्युटर पेक्षा.
आणि माझं याच्यावर झालं की व्यवस्थित. मला तर पहिले याच टेन्शन.
हाई वरती जॉईन करतात सर. चुकून हाई वरती गेले.
अच्छा ते तिकडे गेले. डेलिगेट सारखे गेले ते. हा अमेरिकन आहे ना ते सरळ जातात. आपल्यासारखं नाही जात.
गुड. दॅट थिंग. अच्छा रुचिर स्टील मध्ये कुठेतरी ते ऍक्सिडेंट झाला म्हणून ही वॉज स्टक इन ट्रॅफिक जॅम. सो ही सेड ही माइट बी लेट बाय. हाँ यस यस वेरी मच.
चलो ठीक है. थैंक यू सौरभ.
आप दूसरे क्यू में खड़े थे कैसा होगा?
आई वॉज गोइंग थ्रू हाइव. वो वेदर
इसलिए सर
यही गड़बड़ हो गया ना.
तो दूसरे हाईवे पे खड़े रहते थे.
उल्टा है.
अच्छा Ruchir will be late by 10 minutes or so because he was stuck on some accident while reaching office. Hello. Okay.
This link. सौरभ, हॅलो.
येस सर.
सौरभ, युट्यूबची लिंक कुठे असेल ते? युट्यूबची लिंक आहे का काही?
पाठवतो सर, मेलवर पाठवतो.
हा चालेल. शेअर तुम्ही कराल ना? मला अजून पण ते शेअरचं ऑप्शन दिसत नाहीये.
मी करतो सर, मी करेन.
करा तुम्ही. बरंच अॅनिमेशन आहे, म्हणजे बोलल्यावर एक एक करावं लागेल आपल्याला.
पण व्हिडिओज वगैरे नाही आहेत ना एम्बेडेड?
नाही. ओनली अॅनिमेशन. पण आहे अॅनिमेशन.
हेलो अजय.
यस यस.
अजय, वो ऑडियो आ रहा है, वीडियो मेरा वो कनेक्ट ही नहीं हो रहा है यार. तो कैमरा वो डिसेबल ही दिखा रहा है. वो कुछ भी ऑप्शन करके देख लिया मैंने, वो वेबएक्स डाउनलोड भी किया, वो कैमरा आता ही नहीं वहाँ पे. कैमरा इज नॉट कमिंग. वो सिस्टम के फायरवॉल भी सब चेंज करके देखे तो उससे भी नहीं हो रहा है.
That's all right, sir. We can hear you clearly. No problem at all.
Okay, so then I'll be there on to the audio. Video.
No problem.
But I can see. I think only I can see your names, so I will be able to see your audio, ना?
Yes.
Yeah.
चलो फिर ऑडियो पे रन देता हूँ फिर मैं भी इसमें. अब आई विल नॉट डिस्टर्ब इट टू मच.
No problem.
ठीक है, डन.
हाँ.
Yeah, you can. Ajay?
We can see you now.
No, I think that was muted from their side, not from my side.
Yeah, you are visible.
Yeah.
गणेश अपना कमरा मत दिखाओ. Yeah, this is better.
This is
है ना?
हाँ.
मैं एडजस्ट कर रहा हूँ. इधर कोई ऐसा अच्छा जगह है ही नहीं. इधर टेबल नहीं है यहाँ पे, स्टडी टेबल है ना?
नहीं,
तो
ये बात ठीक है.
हाँ, वो मतलब मैं सब बैठ के ट्राई कर रहा हूँ. हाइट नहीं है. हाँ, अपना कल के लिए तो अपना ठीक था, बट वो
कल तो ठीक. अभी
हाँ.
पब्लिक है.
वैसे रिपोर्ट तो आ गया सर, मेरा निगेटिव हो गया है, तो अभी आज कल
आपको तो
निकलेंगे.
बताया सुबह ही टोल्ड मी.
अरे वी आर
अभी
लाइव.
हो गया, पेपर वर्क हो गया. So when you are leaving tomorrow?
हाँ सर, वी आर लाइव. सुदर्शन जी, वी आर लाइव.
Yeah.
We're starting now.
Good afternoon. This is Jane Karkada from CII. Thank you very much, everyone, for joining this wonderful session that we have today. I specifically would like to thank Mr. Ajay Singham for taking this initiative and, more importantly, for curating and putting together a wonderful session for us this afternoon. We have a lot to look forward to. A little brief on Mr. Ajay Singham, who's kind of leading this for CII here. He's the founder member and the president of the Industrial Flooring Association, besides, of course, being the director of Avcon Techniques Private Limited and Rockland Private Limited. So thank you so much, Mr. Singham, for putting this together for us. We have just concluded the Manufacturing Summit that we had, which was chaired by Mr. Jamshed Godrej. So this was on the 8th and the first half of today. And under this umbrella that we also are working on this particular conference, which is specifically on the industry of industrial flooring. And we are very excited as CII to have initiated this because this is a very important sector, and we would definitely want to engage and do a lot more in terms of working closely and associating with this particular sector. So with these words, I would like to welcome Mr. Ajay Singham and request him to take this forward, please.
Yeah, it's a pleasure talking to you once again. Very good afternoon to all the delegates and panelists. I would like to start by thanking CII for inviting us on the manufacturing platform and giving us the opportunity to directly share our thoughts and enlighten the end user industry on the subject of floors. We earlier also had an opportunity to work with CII Mumbai on the flooring conference and exhibition in 2017, which was a grand success. And we also did with CII Chennai and Delhi as well. So we had a very good association with CII in the past. We look forward to in the future as well. Industrial flooring is a very platform on which all the business estimates or plans are getting translated. It is on this very platform that all the production happens and which gives you the results that you are targeting. It is also the last in the chain of the project planning and execution. There is an overall ignorance on the subject of flooring right from the end user to designer to contracts. Some of us have been working independently on this to educate the end user, the specifier independently. All the companies have been working independently to educate the specifiers basically. And then in 2014, we all got together and did the first conference in Pune to do this same education and translating knowledge into the reality. And further on, the events happened in Chennai, Mumbai, Delhi, Indore, many places. And all the stakeholders of the industry, whether it is a flooring company or the machine manufacturers or the construction chemical companies or the designers, all put together, who are the stakeholders of this industry, got together and we formed IFA, Industrial Flooring Association, in 2018. And we had done under this banner one conference in Bangalore last year. And this year we did in February in Indore. It was a regional conference. The format is that all the conferences have taken up subjects right from the basics of design of a floors to engineering to the material science to the materials which can be used, the process, the equipments to be used, the defects, the liabilities, and so on and so forth. And it has been covered at length during this mini conferences. And as the technology improves, these subjects are being graded up. And a lot of systems have been upgraded for the Industry 4, which is the next in the line. And we should also be geared up to deliver what the industry demands for this kind of operations. All these conferences and presentations has been with Indian and international speakers. So there is no lag in between the knowledge that we have right now in India and what is being there in the global scenario. So we are bringing all the latest information, knowledge, the technology in India at real time. And that's the agenda. In Mumbai event, we also did live demo because a lot of times when we talk, it is really difficult for people to translate that into visuals. So we also did the visuals for them to translate that knowledge and actually see the visuals and understand and remember much better, with much clarity. So in some of the cases, we were able to do this demo, but some cases we weren't able because the facilities were not there. We are hoping that we will be able to do so in future conferences. And taking this line forward, today we are going to talk about fundamentally what is the current systems and practices and how we can improve on the overall structure of this industry to help benefit the end user in the current scene and in the life cycle cost scenario. Because life cycle is terribly missing from the whole equation. So I to briefly introduce our panelist, Mr. Ruchir Panwar, who is yet to join because he's got stuck in traffic and I think he'll be delayed by 5 or 10 minutes. But I'll just introduce him. He is an architect and he was a principal architect with Stoop. And then he was with Mahindra Sustain for some time as a business head. Then he was director in RSP Designs, and now he's working independently, and he's doing a lot of industrial and warehousing projects. And I believe they were the ones who started the FTWZ project, and he has been involved in those kind of projects. And he carries a lot of knowledge on the whole aspect of the concept of a warehouse or industry and how this could be improved upon. He was CEO STP Limited, which is now a Berger Group company, and he has over 30 years of experience in construction chemicals and paints. Earlier, he was executive director and at various positions in Sika and Apurva, which later merged with Sika. He was also VP at MAPI, and he has worked as salesperson head from Jensen and Nicholson and Shalimar Paints. Singh. He is currently the director and the country head of Somero India. Somero is a company which has brought to the Indian market laser screeds for flooring, very innovative machines. He is a mechanical engineer in the construction and mining sector with over 30 years of experience. Caterpillar in India in 1995 and has worked closely with NHI, World Bank, on road projects, Golden Quadrilateral projects, and other corridors in India, Asia Pacific, Singapore. He also set up CII India and brought in concrete machinery for Indian market. He's a member of Ministry of Surface Transport Committee for emission norms for construction machinery. And Mr. Ganesh Chaudhary is the director of FMG, Loma Global, a consultancy and EPC flooring company. He is also vice president of West of Indian Concrete Institute. He is also co-chairman of ICI Technical Committee on Industrial Flooring. He is a passionate civil engineer, and he has been instrumental in bringing, starting Becart here in India, and from his initial Becart to current Becart, he has succeeded in bringing the fiber technology into the Indian market. He has done a lot of jointless and seamless floors across North America, Middle East, South Asia, and has pioneered SFRC design and through various tests conducted at IIT Madras, has completed over 12 million square meter of SFRC floors across the globe and has signed MOU with IIT Madras for collaborative research in developing durable industrial floors. Now, I'd like to open the discussion here, and I would like to pose a question on how well is the subject of flooring understood and acted upon in greenfield or brownfield project planning and engineering, right from the investor to designer to the execution level. Over to the panelist.
So Ajay, I think what we should start, where is the industry today and where we would like the industry to move as we move forward with the economy of the countries. So that can be the starting point for discussion.
Yes, we can start. Yes, we can start. Are you able to hear?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can start, I said. You can start.
Okay. So if we look at the industry today, you see, still we are working on the same old methods, looking at the flooring. And one of the major challenge which means the industry is facing, as well as we as manufacturer face, that there is very little, change which is happening in the Indian industry. And one of the major challenge which we come across with everyone, that customer is the end user. When we say the customer is interested only in the cost, they talk everything on a factory when they want to put up. They want to put up a warehouse. They talk every aspect of the business, but they don't talk on the floor. Now, in any manufacturing unit or in any warehousing project, floor is the center of activity where 99% of the operations happen. And that is the most neglected area by everybody. And that is a big challenge what we are facing today. And due to that, what is happening, the cost of the floor is going very high in terms of when they look from maintenance point of view, when we look from the future mechanical media which is going to come. For example, the automatic guided vehicles are going to be the demand of the day as we move forward. There is going to be a lot of automation which is going to happen, and it is already happening. But floor is not being given consideration by everybody who is part of the project. The other challenge what we face as joint members of this industry, that okay, today there is no certification which is happening on the floors which people are doing. Design is another aspect where some effort has been put up by various stakeholders, but still we find that on the design side also, B and C category customers, they are totally ignoring. So these are some of the challenges in my opinion. So with that, I will leave it the forum to other members.
Sudarshan, Sanjay, I agree to your points. Though the things have changed over a period of last 20, 30 years. And I have seen that when the multinational companies coming in, the kind of floor is done in those countries like European countries or American countries, they would like to follow the same thing. Things have changed and things are getting improved. But here, the applicator who's doing the application, and the main thing is that there are no codes. So basically, as a body, we will have to work onto the codes to make sure that there are some set procedures, standard procedures to be implemented, so that the end customer he get the floor which is specified by the consultant or architect for his intended use. That's my opinion.
Right.
Ruchir, you are the first person to actually be in contact with the end user. So would you like to take it up here as your experience on this? I guess your voice. Ruchir, your voice.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right. So my experience has always the clients are not absolutely sure of what they want. Needs and wants are totally different. They don't really concentrate on what they really need, but they go by trying to avoid mistakes that have been done in the past and make a list of wants. And it's not properly thought through based on what operations they would have, because most of the times the business models, the operational models are still sketchy. They are not really firmed up, and they don't really know exactly what the end user requirements would be. And therefore, there's always this gray area within which we have to work. And then what happens is typically they expect the consultants, such as architects and engineers, civil engineers, who are just generalists, to give them a proper solution, which would work first, of course, in the short term, but also in the term. And this we are extremely handicapped as architects. I mean, we have no clue about specialized floorings. Therefore, what we need to do and what we did in the past is got the specialists involved. In fact, we, being a part of a multidisciplinary team, we did the first free trade warehousing zone where nobody really knew what a free trade warehousing zone was all about. They didn't even the promoters have the business plans. And while we were working over a period of 4 or 5 months of design, that's the we start in the team, there needed to be specialists who were process consultants. They provide key critical solutions right from the MHE selection to the flooring specs, because the flooring specs actually are governed by the MHE selections. Now, when we realized that, we went backwards all the way, and that's how the whole process and detail was established. And then we got various people involved, including you, Ajay. So we find that the whole process is right now extremely skewed. There is really no guideline on specialized industrial floors, and the end users don't really know. Most of the time, of course, the end user in the warehousing industry, who the end user is and what his needs would be. And even in special industries, people don't really know, because it's the machinery. By the time they finalize the machinery, by the time they train their personnel and they know exactly what the processes will be, it's a little too late. They're too much in a hurry to start construction. So once the construction is underway, and then you realize somewhere down the line, oh, this thing requires a specialized floor which has these performance criteria, then by the time it becomes a little too late, and then people just want to complete the project. And that's why you have situations of distressed floors and floors which don't really cater to the function required and expected of.
Ganesh? Yeah, what is it?
Hello, Ajay.
Yeah, yeah.
What I want to add is, when we expect or when we construct a good floor, what you need is a good material, you need good machine and good know-how. Yeah. If you compare our industry 8 or 10 years back, we did not have a lot of it. But if you compare today, as you rightly said in your inauguration statement, we have everything today. We have good materials available in India, we have good machineries available in India, and we have good knowledge available in India. Yeah. But somehow, even if the end user is spending money, he's not getting value out of it, value out of this our knowledge. We have also not been able to give value to proper end user, because the process followed in the flooring selection process is bit on a rate contract or rate item basis, something like that. So although everything we have, we are not able to harness the capability of we as a industry. This is what I want to add.
Yeah, usually what it is that the end user, when they are giving their application, what they need is from the language of their machine and other things. This needs to be translated, and this needs to be translated into a civil engineering language and further translated into flooring. So this translation, do you believe that this is not this is happening in a proper way, or there needs to be a better way of communication on this?
There needs to be a change. Yeah, there needs to be a change, because the a specification of the floor should be driven by performance of the floor. You take the final use of the industry, whether it is loads or whether it is, you take a case of load. Today we say big investors are asking for 5-ton UDL. Really, 5-ton UDL never ever exists. It is going to be point load at certain distances, wheel load at certain distances. So it is not getting translated properly. Definitely not. We need some expertise to get into the decision process.
Is the conventional RCC design making this prejudice statement or the thought process?
What is the question?
Is the conventional RCC design which is forming this kind of questions on UDL and the way it is approached? The subject is.
I think it is. Yeah, I think it is more of a lack of awareness of how to design a floor, and we are still going on some standard norms. I think it is lack of awareness of how to design floors.
So, what would be your suggestion on the chain of selection process or establishing to get to the good results?
Yeah, we can have some. You want to show slide now, Ajay? No?
Yeah, it will be a good idea if you can
Yeah,
show
yeah.
the chain of.
I made some summarization on processes. We can go through. Yeah. So this is a brief understanding, what is the processes, all these things. Yeah. Sort of one at a time. Yeah. So this is the presentation, which giving a general view. Maybe there are some projects or some process which are really doing progressive methods, but this is just summarizing what happens generally in the market. So generally, when an investor goes for an expansion in India, whether it is greenfield or brownfield, yeah, he gains his knowledge from foreign visits or his joint venture with MNC, or everybody takes the knowledge from Google, and then he makes a budget. Yeah, once he makes a budget, he goes to closest ally to him, which is a general architect or a structural consultant. Yes, Saurabh. Yeah. So based on the needs of this investor, current architect or structural engineer forms the bill of quantity or so-called specs. Yeah. So that there is a document which defines how a project to be done and what are the items to be involved. Yeah. Then this duo, which is investor and an architect, they jointly release the tender, and then a general contractor is hired. Saurabh, next. Yeah. Yeah. A general contractor is hired purely for execution purposes. Yeah. Once the general contractor is hired, all this goes into the flooring. Yeah. Saurabh, can you go to the next? Yeah. Then the flooring contractor is looked at to hire, and lot of times, lot of this, so-called A-grade warehouses, what is called, yeah, you see there are rate items, BOQ items, which is defining this machine should be there or this labor should be there. Yeah. Sometimes what happens, although there is a BOQ and specs written, because of it has not followed a technical process of understanding the need and executing, floor cracks. When a floor cracks because of lot of reasons. It can be because of design, it can be because of detailing, it can be because of concrete as a material, it can be because of finishing processes were not right. Yeah. So there are many, really, really many reasons. Yeah. Saurabh, next. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So what happens? Yeah. When the floor cracks, investor is not looking at somebody to blame. He's looking at who's the right person who's going to give me now. Yeah. Then he goes to he's just thinking who can give me. So he goes to his friend, which is architect and consultant. Architect and consultant also wants to help investor. Yeah. So he thinks he goes back to his documents. He goes back to his books. He says exactly same BOQ and design was used in earlier project. There I did not had lot of problems. Yeah. But I would like to help you. I will look into it. Yeah. But there is no confirm answer because he is also puzzled. Yeah. Because the same specs and design has worked for other projects. Then they go to general contractor. Yeah. General contractor is the smartest in the lot. He says, guys, I have done as per your BOQ and design. I really don't know the reason. I am an executor here. Yeah, as I said, I repeat here, is the smartest man in this value chain. He said, I'm not a brainy guy. You tell me what to do, and I'm going to help you. I want to help you. Then all these three people, because the problem is flooring, they go to this flooring guy. Yeah, flooring guy is with his Somero machines or 23 labors or whatever we call it as. Yeah, he says, Saurabh, next. Yeah. He says, guys, all due respect, although I like to help you, I was really told what to do. I was never asked during the tender process what should be done and how it should be done. I was given a bill of quantities material that this is what you have to put, this much hardener you have to put, or blah, 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 blah. How can I be responsible for this? Yeah. Now, in this whole scenario, everybody is trying to save their skin, but investor who is our customer for all of us, although he has spent enough money, we have not been able to give value to him, or he has not got value from all of us. Yeah. I'm pretty sure wherever we are sitting in a value chain, whether we are general contractor or flooring contractor or architect, we do want to give value to our investor. Yeah. This is what is our thought, but we are not able to give. Yeah. Next. So this is just a proposal which is a right, which is also done in a lot of European and American continents. Yeah. So what should be the correct process of planning? Yeah. So this all is fine. This is not going to change. Yeah. But if you really want to define what is the kind of floor, you really want to define, you really want to convert your needs to the floor. What we want to do is, rather than architect and engineer directly jumping to BOQ and specs, he transfer these needs of an investor to so-called an expectation that this is the kind of a floor we need. Then, as a value chain, we insert one more category here, which is so-called a design and build flooring company or a flooring consultant. Yeah, whose bread and butter is only casting flooring or only doing flooring consultancy. What they will do, they will meet with architect and they will give him some expectation. Lot of times we see customers come with lot of expectations, but they cannot be fulfilled in that budget. So the flooring consultants work is to convert these expectations into reality, and then defining the performance parameter, how the payments will be done, blah 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 blah. Then defining on basis of which standard document floor will be done. There are many standard documents available. Either we can refer American Concrete Institute 360, or we can refer Concrete Society TR34, or we can refer Indian Concrete Institute TC09. So this is the job of a flooring consultant. Yeah. Then coming to the last leg, yeah, we hire here a flooring contractor who's not having machines or labor. Yeah, he is really hired for a performance. He's not just having, it is not just a labor contract. He is bound for that performance. So this is the change we need to do as an industry in a planning process. Yeah. If we do the planning process, have you done our job? Actually not, because all of us in the industry, we know, yeah, whoever is doing design and build projects, we know we at least do 10 or 20 changes into design when it is in execution. So what should we do in while execution? Yeah. Yes, Saurabh, go ahead. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah. Now, because there are sometimes a lot of changes in utilities, machines, blah, 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 blah. Also the time cycle. Saurabh, can you hit again? Yeah. What we should do, we should definitely do a pre-construction meeting again with that flooring consultant or the professional hired by that design and build company, whether it is his own employee or outsider, again to revisit what we decided during the design. Because many a times lot of small changes happen into your machining process, your utilities. Sometimes your machine coming from Germany or machine coming from somewhere gets delayed, and you don't have 28 days of time to load. So it is possible to redesign the floor to get loaded on 21 days. Things like this. So we need to add this process into the execution thing. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So what is the road ahead? Road ahead should be always a 1 point responsibility of the flooring. If something happens to the flooring, there should be one person responsible. Yeah. Investors should not have a doubt who's going to help me, who has the knowledge or who has the resources. So there should be 1 point responsibility with the design and build flooring company. And the process of the contract should be define the needs, do away from rate contract, and push for performance class. So payment will be done as a performance, not as just doing of actions. Yeah. Next. Yeah. So focus on what is the real need and push for performance. Yeah. Yeah, this is what I wanted to bring it to the audience, that we need, although we have knowledge, we have intention to do a good job. We have good materials and good chemical companies available in India. We have better machines in India. We are not able to give value because there is a lack of right process in the decision making. Yeah, Ajay, thank you. Ajay, we can't hear you.
Can you hear?
Yes.
Yeah, that was a nice presentation and very specific and to the point, wherein all the stakeholders and what is the value chain and how we can improve on the whole working. I still have the issue of hearing.
No, it's okay.
So,
It's okay.
what I'd like to dwell further on this is, in order to bring this changes, how would an architectural firm and what or a consultant firm, how they should be working on it to bring can bring in this stakeholder in the middle of the process? Is there a difficulty in a system because there is a specific system, or it is because there is a cost criteria, or how is it, Richard?
Said, there are multiple stages in the decision-making process before a project can go into execution. The first aspect is to actually bring in the culture of having and preparing a design brief, which then leads to something called a design basis report. Now, there are design basis reports for structural and for MEP, but there still is no architectural design basis report. And I might be shooting myself in the foot or the head, but we started this practice and we took up the challenge because we wanted to also define what are the criteria and what Ganesh just said, performance class. So we
Ruchir, we are breaking up.
technology and stuff like that. So it's important for us to be honest ourselves and know fully well what our limitations were. And we realized that there was a big gap first for process consultants to define and outline something which we call functional design. So every facility has to have a process consultant who's an expert in that area or field, and they outline exactly what should be the processes and
I think you have a signal issue.
Maybe Ruchir, you stop the video, just keep audio on.
initial budgeting exercise.
Ruchir, we missed the last couple of sentences.
Oh, I'm so sorry. So can you hear me now?
There are breaks in between, but you can keep the video closed. So I believe the bandwidth will help only in the audio.
Okay. So what we realized was that we needed to bring something called functional design back into the fold. And we in the process identified that the process consultants should outline exactly what the performance criteria should be for specific areas of or aspects of the design. And the operational philosophy is outlined by the process consultants to suit the needs of the investor or the client, so that he gets a fair idea of his return on investment, where he realizes what his initial budgeting exercise was not accurate, and it needs to be quantified in a far more detailed manner. The moment the process consultant identifies key critical areas of, and we then started doing something called need-based design. In that came, you start identifying gaps where you suddenly realize that a standard structural consultant cannot design the factory floor or a warehouse floor. So then you need to go to a specialist. And that's when we started looking jointly with the client for a specialist in that area, either as a consultant or even as a design build. Because as an EPC contractor, they are the people who really know through their engineering practices and having delivered multiple projects, they know exactly how to bring the right efficiencies and give you the best solutions. So we got those people on board. And that's the whole process, and till date, whenever I meet a client, and in fact, this whole new jargon which has cropped up, which is all investor backed, is to get some kind of a classification and segregation from standard warehousing. So they keep saying, mentioning grade A or grade A plus, whereas there's no definition to any of this classification. So what we do is we start, whenever we are talking to a client, we start with debunking all the the jargon which is in the industry, and tell them very categorically what is the real scenario and what is the way forward for them. And we keep insisting that they need to get specialists on board who understand their the processes of their industry, their manufacturing, everything way better. They will also pay an attention to what is the specific need of the Indian market, a business plan purely model on Western facilities. Those Western facilities exist in a very mature Western market. So that's the gap where most Indian clients believe that an international solution is not really valid in the Indian context. And we tell them, yes, that is true, but that doesn't mean that you will follow an Indian solution to a requirement which is untested and non-certified. So you start with the entire process and then see how you have to modify the process of design and execution, which is very well established in the developed world, to your Indian scenario and Indian market needs. And that once that happens, then you have a overall success story. Otherwise, what happens is clients keep complaining. Even if you do a very good floor, they say, yes, the flooring is great, but at the cost at which I've built the facility, I have no takers. So that becomes another issue.
Okay. Taking this line of thought, wherein a designer uses all the specialists in their whole process of establishing design, total design, project design. Many a times we also come across situations where all the items or scope of work gets elaborately defined as a step as to what needs to be done, and it needs to be guaranteed. But the specifications or the detailing at times or many a times is not in line with the correct system. And who takes the onus for this? I mean, is it the right way of going ahead, Rajesh? Because you also, as a epoxy or surface treatment systems, you also come across a lot of those kind of requirements where it is all spelled out, but that spelled out is not in sync with the requirement.
That's right. You're absolutely right. We have seen that here the project managers plays very important role, and the applicators, because the systems are specified more or less. Then we also check whether the systems are for intended use. But as far as the applications are concerned, what is happening in India? I think applicators are need to be trained. There are good applicators, and of course, there are companies putting a lot of efforts to train the applicators and see that they use the best demonstrated practices and see that the best floor has been executed. But I feel that to have a better the thing customer satisfaction, we need to have the better training for the applicators. Like for example, warehousing. If you see, in warehousing, generally they're using a flow hardness. The flow hardness has got different specification. Like for example, light, medium, and heavy movement. So based on the movements, they spread the flow hardener and then they basically do a traveling. But the proper knowledge, if it get assimilated down the line, and the applicator or executor who do the right job, then I'm sure things can happen in a better fashion. And as Mr. Ruchir said, the ideas and concepts which are there in his mind, which can be executed down the line. And as Ganesh said, definitely yes, there has to be one single body who really can ensure that whatever has been planned, whether the same thing is getting executed, and always there is an issue from the actual side, the execution problems, whether they have been taken care and whether the project team is supporting to really get issues addressed and execute the floor at required level.
Okay, so it is. How do you, what would you recommend as a process? That process change should be initiated so as to have a qualitative change in the end result.
First thing I would say, yeah, first thing I would say here, as I said, if you see other industries for the floor, like for example, tiling, if you see in India, the specialized adhesives, premium adhesives, if you see this market, earlier there was no code, but now there is a IS code available for that. The same way I would say that for flooring, there should be a code, or at least there should be set guidelines so that the people can follow that, and for various requirements. So that will set the tone so that the final end customer would get his intended use and he can use the right flooring systems. And the training of the applicators also plays very important role, that also, so that we as a basically body into the body will have to really push these things to make sure that these things are introduced into the markets.
Sudarshan ji, what would be your suggestion as per your experience in international market and the practices being followed? Because they definitely have a very good floors on a life cycle cost, and very few floors are in repair. If you walk into any industry in India, you can very fairly say 90% of them have a floor issue, out of which 50 to 60% are in actually distress or
Right.
not have been designed and executed as it should have been. So, what would you like to suggest from your experience here?
You see, what I would say that the stakeholders, like Ganesh said, they are not meeting here in the beginning. They only meet when there is a problem and things are out of control. So coordination between the stakeholders is very important in order to improve the quality of the final product. So in that, the end user, if he doesn't take interest, but the architects, consultants, the executioner and the flooring contractor, they have to come together and solve this problem. So more interaction is important, which is not much. It is there in few cases, but I think there is need for that to accelerate. That will go a long way in improving the whole process and understanding with everybody.
Ganesh, in your slide, sorry, yeah,
I have
Rajesh.
one more point. Here, what is happening? Flooring is the last activity where everybody wants to finish. The ceiling guy want to finish his job, then other people executing the people who are putting the machinery. So everybody is in hurry and to meet the timelines. And flooring really doesn't get the right time and right process for at least its curing or basically for execution. So that factor also is to be taken care, and we have to make sure that the timelines are properly set by the so that the right execution of the product and the floor is properly given to the customer.
Rajesh, what from my experiences, most of the time the end user is not aware of the detailing. So his detailing keeps on coming at real time, and those changes keep on coming, which have put a lot of breaks during the operation. So if you have mobilized for a work of, let's say, 20,000 square meter, which you can easily complete in a month's time very comfortably, that gets extended as late as 3 months or even 6 months, because the details are not there, or there is a lag between the planning. The planning is something which is completely missing from the equation. The planning as a composite, whether it is a client and all the stakeholders. So the combined planning is never there. Everybody is having a plan, and those plans are not in sync, and all the requirements of the execution are not there in the plan. So Ganesh, when we talked about all of the chain in the presentation, what I could see is that the specification or designing part came before the GC, but after that you have continued that with the GC. Do you believe that the execution or the qualities can be better achieved through this format, or if the order is split from the GC to and the flooring contractor, because in that case he has a full autonomy to execute.
Yeah, 100% it will improve by simple principle. It has to be a 1 point responsibility. So when you are appointing GC and a flooring guy is below GC, you are again making it twice responsibility. So if it goes directly to a flooring guy as a design and build responsibility, the value given to customer will substantially increase and the quality of the floor will also increase. No discussion in that. It has to be a design build contract directly given to flooring contractors.
Ruchir, what do you think is the hitch in the contract? I mean, in working out such kind of BOQs and splitting it out from your perspective, from the architectural and consultant perspective. What are the limitations in doing this?
So the primary time initially, right at the beginning to develop documentation, which actually is not worthwhile. I think I should stop my video.
Do that.
So what happens is because of lack of clarity and because of on criticalities, people, what they do is they just identify the entire project in terms of certain aspects which are critical and certain aspects which are not so critical. And flooring, unfortunately, comes under the not so critical. The first part which we've done so far, and when we start conversations now, currently with any client, prospective client, we tell them, listen, there are two very important aspects to your facility. One, the roof, the second, the floor. Everything else falls in between. And they keep arguing, and we have weeks of arguments and education which goes on. And I insist on something called a collaborative design process. So I tell them, see, you require a process consultant. I'm not going to take your operations manager's requirements as my design brief, because later on you will make changes. If that person gets replaced with some new person, it'll be an entirely new set of requirements that we'll get. It's not going to work. Have an expert who has worked across industries and across fields, who knows what is absolutely required, and then we'll give you a general basis. After that, you can bring in specificity based on whoever is providing you your machinery, your MHE, and your other services, so specialized services. And their requirements will become our design requirements, because ultimately you have to cater to the operational needs of all the equipment that you're investing in order to have a smooth operation and to have quality production. So if you want to maintain certain quality standards, certain efficiency standards, you need to have people who are experts and who are process consultants specific to your manufacturing sector. Get them on board and at least let them vet your design requirements. Once they're approved, we don't mind doing the technical and engineering design. Prior to that, we do not want to start, because if we have to rework everything, we will bill you for a change order. So once they know that the process, we are very clear, we've explained to them that their understanding is very sketchy. It is a little difficult for them to swallow and digest, but they do. And whoever does, we move forward. Whoever doesn't, we actually back out of those projects, because we know it's just going to be painful down the line.
I'll ask a sensitive question. Is it the difficulty in acceptance from the end user end, or it is usually the designer who is not open to working on this format?
So there are both. If I may just add to this, there are both. It's like architects and designers, be it structural or just architectural. They need to get out of their ego frameworks. And once you put your ego aside, you realize and you be honest with yourself as to exactly what is your role and responsibility and what is your capability in lieu of that. There is no harm in admitting that you're not an expert at, let's say, packaging film manufacturing unit. So while you can design anything under the sun, I always maintain that an architect, a good architect, can design anything under the sun.
but due process has to still be followed. And a big part of that due process is to have experts involved who guide you into the whole thing and tell you exactly what is the end goal. If you don't have your goal post, where the hell are you kicking the ball?
Ajay, Ajay, I have 2 points. Yeah. See, if every architect and every structural engineer in India follows what Ruchir is saying, or he is having a mindset such as Ruchir, yeah, we will substantially increase the quality of the floors being casted in India. Yeah, that will reduce a bit of a business for repair companies. But what will happen is we will also reduce the cost of floor what today investor is paying. Today, investor is paying almost 15 to 20% more than he should pay for that value, because of this process. So I really appreciate what Ruchir is saying here. It will change the industry. Yeah, these are the kind of people we need in the decision making sector if we really want to change the industry.
So one of the sectors which is now very getting very big and has the maximum floor space, which is the warehousing industry. Okay, now
A grade FM2 warehousing.
Okay, so there are a lot of jargons being used again in the specifications. One particular such jargon is FM2, which is basically a floor flatness class for a specific racking height and specific type of MHE. But there are questions as in, does your floor can take load? FM2 floor can take load. So you come across such kind of questions which are very naive, because FM2 has become a commodity. The use of that word has become a commodity. And the current specifications that we come across in a lot of logistics space, is it something what you would call fair specification, or it is pedestrian at best?
Whom you ask?
You were there, so I asked you first. Ganesh?
Then you have to repeat the question. I missed the last sentence. Pedestrian
for the specification that is currently floating around, whether it is the A grade or the other grade warehouses. Do you think it is a proper specification or very pedestrian specification?
It is not a proper specification. You read this specification, they run into pages and pages. Yeah, somebody is just collating the data from various standards and putting into the specifications. Like if you look at concrete specification runs into 4 or 5 lines. No, not even 5 lines, 7 lines. Concrete needs only 3 parameters. So it is just specification collected by reading different documents and just putting it into one. This is definitely not a right document. Yeah.
No, okay. The other thing here, Ajay, is that most people don't realize FM2 is not a design. I mean, it's a design criteria. It's not really a specification. The concrete, which is going to be catering to that FM2 criteria, has got processes, which is the laying process and the execution, tolerances and all that. And there are so many things which people miss out, which is long-term curling of the floor, settlements. Yeah, and all those aspects are totally missed out. So there are so many things which people don't realize. They think that, once we say FM2, it kind of covers everything else, and that's ignorance is bliss kind of a attitude. So what we do is, whenever we see a client, we come across a client's project manager who throws a document in front of us and says, no, we want grade A. Or A plus even warehousing with these kind of things. So I first tell him, please write down what do you mean by grade A, because I haven't got any such document in my hand, and there is nowhere that I could find this information till. So please tell me what you mean by grade A or grade A plus, and then we will put that into our design requirements sheet. And based on that, we will give you an architectural design basis report, because that will establish this is what you asked us to do. And if there is a change subsequently after that, I'm going to bill you for it. So he then takes a back step. And immediately after that, I tell him, what do you mean by FM2? FM2 only talks about flatness. Where is the concrete spec? So and then I then inform them that, see, there are specialized agencies, there are specialized codes. Why don't you hire those people, get them on board? You still haven't lost too much of time. Your budget has no basis really, because this figure that you've got in your mind and you're getting fixated on it is actually got no real basis. It is not backed by engineering. It is backed by estimation quantities and estimation professional, and that is not realistic. And you cannot tomorrow tell a contractor that you did not cater and adhere to our budget, when to begin with the budget itself was wrong. So I said, first establish a sanctity to your estimation and to your budgeting by ensuring that everything that you need in your facility has been covered, and what exactly is the detailed spec of your floor, that has to be put in. That has to be put in into this document. So that's how we take it forward, and that's the only way clients will understand. See, even today, one good thing that has come out of all the badly constructed and poorly finished floors is that people have now started thinking about it. And today people are talking about FM2, and they believe that the FM2 floor is going to give them a grade A classification, even though there is no such classification in existence. So now we need to educate them. This is the right time to educate all the end users and all the investors and clients that, it's very heartening to see that you have realized the importance of the floor. Please go the entire distance. Don't go halfway, because you are misinformed, thinking that these things will cover all your needs and requirements, and that you will in the end get a very brilliant facility which people will line up to take on lease, long lease, and rent and operate. And the most important aspect after this is international insurance. So one thing which we could do is, the moment you are certified by an international agency, which is an authority on the subject, automatically your insurance premiums go down. And the clients, then when they realize that that's where there are financial benefit, and over a 10-year period, that premium becomes a sizable amount, it kind of then eggs them on into looking into and getting into further details of a quality floor, rather than having just loose specifications thrown here and there.
Yes. Just to talk about the warehousing industry, as of now, India stands on almost on the 44th position in the global warehousing and logistics rating. And we are very, very low as compared to the global countries. And when we talk about the facilities, mostly I believe the grades that they're talking about is the kind of facility. While they would be looking at from the 3PL or 5PL perspective. But the infrastructure in this whole scheme of thing is, I believe, very much lagging. So even this FM2 suddenly has caught attention of most of the warehousing companies. Is it the future ready? Future ready, which is the industry 4, which is the use of bots and automation for the movement of goods. Is this ready, Sudarshan ji?
You see, Ajay, I will say we are not ready yet. In my opinion, India will take at least 3 more years, because one of the major giants, they have to take the lead, whether it is Amazon, Flipkart, or Reliance. And today what they're trying to do, they're just trying to grab the market, whatever is available, the way e-commerce is increasing. So we are in the phase 1. Now, when they go to the phase 2, when the market expands further, that is the time when the change will start happening. And I would say that some of these companies, they will bring the best practices which are happening overseas. So we are not ready yet fully, but yes, we are on the right track, I would put it that way.
But if it is, say, 4 years down the line, and the facilities that you are creating currently, they will become critical for those applications.
You see, yes, that's a very good question. Today, if you look at the Indian investor, their whole game begins with the cost associated with anything. So by that time, the way the Indian market is expanding on e-commerce, 3 years down the line, even at a very moderate rate of 5% economic growth in e-commerce, you see, they would have made enough money and then they are going to change the warehouses what they have built. Today I just saw one ad of Indospace. They are more talking about the green warehousing. Now, how many people understand what is green building in this country? So I think today the major focus is to make money as the business is expanding, make a strong foothold, and then you do the expansions in terms of better technology, automation, and the quality. The quality in India, you see, whatever you see, we go for quality not in the phase one. We always go in the phase two and phase three of the process. That's my feeling based on the experience I have seen in the road sector. Today, you see, you look at the Indian roads, they are much better than before what they are today, but still they are bad roads. They are much better than before, but they are still bad roads. But people are happy with the roads what we have today because the average speed has gone up and the commuting time has reduced. So in warehousing also, once we go to stage 2, things will start changing.
So we are saying is that if the quality of the floor improves, with the current infrastructure of the operations, that kind of MH is being used, the yield will be much better. Without doing anything but adding to anything, your output will be drastically improved just by making a right floors.
Yes.
Okay, this is a point which I believe the end user will be more happy because it's not a cost addition, but if it is a in the stakeholders right at the start and then bringing about the change and qualitative change system.
It will happen, but change is always difficult for everyone.
That's true.
So it is happening, but at a slow pace. We are not China or we are not Vietnam.
And in this market, the current COVID situation for cold storage also, and cold storage seems to be in a very nascent stage in our industry, in the logistics scenario. So, Rajesh, what do you think is the quality of facility of cold storage, and what will be the gray areas when they are getting into operations for handling of those vaccines and other such,
So there are two things. One is that definitely for vaccines you will need a cold storage, but at the same time, now with this new food security bill also, you will need a lot of space for storing the food grains, especially which are required the low temperature. The biggest problem is that the warehouse owners, they are not ready for the system. Like yesterday we had on the panel, there is one presentation from the one panelist. He explained the system which is to be used for the flooring into the cold storage, which basically sustain the minus 40 degrees centigrade. At the same time, it can take a thermal shock and you can clean it with the steam and it can go up to 120 degrees centigrade. But cost is very expensive. So this is very important that they should be ready to spend the money for this kind of a system. So that is number one. And number two is that the knowledge. Because here also I've seen that if you just go to the all smaller cities, barring bigger cities, tier 2, tier 1 cities, the smaller cities, they are not having awareness. So this awareness has to go to this all cold storage places where what systems are required from the flooring side so that end customer get the right solutions.
From all the panels, this term, it's about the cost and the reservation on the cost. Let me ask you by saying that if a structural designer designs a building with a certain column and beam sections and slab sections, does anyone say, can you do a bit of compromise on that?
No, they don't say, the building will fall.
I believe then even the floor also is on the same
Important.
lines, important. And if you do a cost cutting, it will fail. It will fail. It will not give the building purpose. So why do we talk about cost? It is a when there are costs. When we talk about cost, there can be some high quality items. There can be average level this thing, and you select amongst that. But that is a requirement. If it is a requirement, then it's a necessary cost.
Correct.
Don't you think that?
That's right. Like, for example, if you say vaccine, if you don't store at minus 53 degrees centigrade from one specific company, that the virus will not be that active. It will be an ineffective vaccine. So those necessities are there, which we need to accept it, and people should be ready to spend that money.
No, but then if we change our language from necessity to spend, it's a cost. If we put it as a higher cost, then everybody takes it as a higher cost. If you put it as a requirement,
necessity,
it's a necessity.
Correct.
So, yeah.
Ajay, Ruchir made a very good point. He said the end user looks at two aspects, critical and non-critical. Unfortunately, floor is considered non-critical. So that has to change.
I believe that's the reason why we are there today on this flooring conclave with all the end users and attendants is making them realize the importance of this particular aspect of the building infrastructure.
Right.
Is it directly affecting their performance or it is not directly affecting the performance? I can give you one simple example is we have in conventional design, you always have a VDF floor or Trimix floor, which is still prevalent in a large number. And there is one more term which is used, it's called expansion joint in floors. So this is a term which you have been fighting for more than 2 decades, isn't it? So, but then they are there, expansion joints are there. A reach truck is moving on a floor which has expansion joint with metallic nosing, and this is getting damaged. A wheel costing about 60 or 80,000 on a floor which is just because it has been designed in a certain way and the cost consideration, the operations has costed them about 20-30 lakhs. Simple, the wheel. Forget the speed has come down because they are afraid of losing uh, the wheels or the breakdowns of vehicles. If you check out with most of the MHE companies, they are struggling with the performance of MHEs. And the usual complaint is the client is saying your MHE is not good, while the case would be because the floor is not good.
Right. Tire cost is very high for the warehouse.
I can add one thing here. There are solutions. There are basically carbon-based precast panels available nowadays. If you use those panels, I'm sure the movement of the images can be very smooth on that. But they're expensive. So basically, again, the cost is a consideration. So, yeah.
We also talk about when we talk about floors, instead of talking as a cost, we talk about necessities. Be able to bring about qualitative change in this whole scenario.
Sure.
So, am I to summarize in a way that as a contract, the fundamental change has to happen in a way the flooring subject is approached from the design perspective, and even the end user insists on bringing on board all the specialist companies who will be playing a part in this in any project. So depending on the type of project, it may be some MEPs, the flooring companies, and so on and so forth. So you have various specialists on board. The flooring while the project is in conception or in the concept stage, and a broad concept is brought about, and the valuation is done by the architectural firm, and then you get into the specifics and into the further contracts. Can I summarize like this, Ruchir, on the initial stages?
Oh, yes. I think that that's the right way to sum up our discussion. The only thing which I would like to add to that is certification process. What happens is comparisons, cost comparisons are made between proper properly engineered solution and a ragtag hash job of some local person who doesn't even understand the complexities of what he has to do in order to execute a floor, industrial floor. And he quotes a very low rate, which is absolutely unrealistic. So, to cut out all the riffraff, those people need to be certified to even quote. And B, once whatever they have given as a solution has to be certified or it is not covered under insurance. So when you bring in such control, automatically the power shifts to the body which is which has the technological know-how in order to guide the industry forward rather than making them go through these painful mistakes which they have to either live with because they don't have the money nor the time to disrupt all their operations and then redo the flooring, or spend a whole lot of time, energy and money in refurbishment of their existing facilities. They could have very easily avoided these pitfalls right at the beginning. And the problem is, we don't have white papers. There has to be, like, say, the IFA should have some studies conducted, which are, studies of a kind of shortlisted facilities and one which has a properly engineered and executed floor. What was its life cycle cost? And what was the life cycle costs of other facilities which didn't have these? So the moment there is actual data backed evidence, it's only then that the clients will actually start listening. Otherwise, they will listen to you, but they won't pay heed to it.
Absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, very good point.
Okay, so we need to bring about a reference document and collate all the information that is available with the companies on the basic cost, vis-a-vis the conventional cost and the life cycle cost thereupon. So that is one kind of information that we need to collate. Also, as we can summarize, is that IFA needs to work on a qualitative document so what code practices or a guideline which needs to be followed to be able to get to the right quality of floors. It's not necessary that we create all the new documents afresh. There are a lot of documents which are available with ACI or Indian or European codes, which you can refer to, and the local factors can be brought in into the system, and what are acceptable and what are unacceptable limits, and even the flooring companies, what are the liabilities in case they do not meet, what are the penalties also. These all can be brought into the contracts, and there can be a format of how the contracts can be shaped. The guidelines can be given from the flooring body. So we, as a flooring body, we should be working on this kind of documents, and a lot of required from all the stakeholders, including the end users and the specifiers, to be able to form this kind of documents.
Actually, I would like to add that training is also important for the applicators for the right execution. That training is very important.
Very important.
Yeah. So we should have some kind of a trainings, what we've been doing, and there kind of a system where these people are certified, so that the end customer also is satisfied. Ki, okay, the guy who's doing this job, he knows how to do the job.
Yes. So, like Ruchi said, we need to first create a document and which states that the job which was well planned and well engineered, what cost, capital cost, and what is the life cycle cost. and vis-a-vis the standard practices being adopted, and what is the capital cost and what is the life cycle cost.
Correct.
And then the end user will be able to identify with your contention and makes a tangible shift in this direction.
Correct.
So we can conclude on this lines, or you would like something to add here? If something,
conclude.
Yeah, we have covered most of the points.
Over to you, Jane. We've concluded on the program. Jane, Saurabh.
So Jane has another meeting.
Oh, you're fine.
Request you to conclude, giving your regards to all the panelists and the audience.
Yes.
The questions.
Thanks a lot, all the panelists and all the audience for a patient almost 1.5 hours of listening from on our talks. And if there are any questions, or we would be more than happy to take it up.
Sure.
Saurabh.
Thank you, sir. There are currently no questions on Hive as well as on the WebEx.
Okay, great.
Thank all the panelists and all the attendees for the patient listening. And we look forward for your active participation in the future programs also. Thank you so much, all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Saurabh.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Bye-bye.
everyone.
Thank you, Ajay.
Bye. Thanks, Ajay. Thanks, Ruchir sir. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.